Somewhere in space, this may all be happening right now. 20th Century Fox and George Lucas, the man who brought you American Graffiti, now bring you an adventure unlike anything on your planet. Star Wars.
Here they come. Coming in too fast!
The story of a boy, a girl, and a universe. It's a big, sprawling space saga of rebellion and romance. It's a spectacle, light years ahead of its time.
I am C-3PO, human cyborg relations, and this is my counterpart, R2-D2.
Hello.
No sauces, no sauces!
It's an epic of heroes.
Good luck.
And villains. And aliens from 1,000 worlds. Star Wars, 1 billion years in the making, and it's coming to your galaxy this summer.
Well, come on, get in gear. Hey, come on, shape it up, you guys. Kids! Hey! I didn't know you were back. What'd you get?
Just now. Okay. I never expected you to be up working.
Well, the academy didn't change you much. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a battle going on right here in our system.
Not again. Forget it.
What's all the
Can you
noise
come back
about?
down here and play the game?
I think Wormy's caught too much sun.
There they are. Let me see.
That's no battle, hotshot. They're just sitting there. Probably a freighter tanker refueling.
But there was a lot of firing earlier. Hey!
I tell you, Luke, the rebellion's a long way from here. This planet, big hunk of nothing.
I doubt if the Empire'd even fight to save the system.
Hey, you watch it.
Don't worry about it, Wormy.
I was so close I thought I was going to fry my instruments. As it was, I busted up the Skyhopper pretty bad. And Uncle Owen, furious. He wound up grounding me for the rest of the season. You should have been there. It was fantastic.
You gotta take it a little easy, Luke. You may be the hottest bush pilot this side of Mos Eisley, but those little skyhoppers are dangerous. Keep it up, one day, whammo, you're gonna end up a dark spot on the downside of a canyon wall.
Look who's talking. You've been hanging around the Starfleet so long, you've been sounding like my uncle. You know, you're getting a little soft in the city.
I've missed you, kid.
Yeah, well, things haven't been the same without you, Biggs. It's been so quiet.
Luke, I didn't come back just to say goodbye. I shouldn't tell you this, but you're the only one I can trust. See, I may never come back, and I just want someone to know.
What are you talking about?
I made some friends at the Academy. When our frigate leaves for one of the central systems, we're gonna jump ship and join the Alliance.
The Rebellion?
Quiet down. You got a mouth bigger than a meteor.
I'm quiet. Listen how quiet I am. You can barely hear me.
My friend has a friend on Bestine who might help us make contact.
You're crazy. You could wander around forever trying to find them.
I know it's a long shot, but if I don't find them, I'll do what I can on my own. It's what we always talked about, Luke. I'm not going to wait around for the Empire to draft me into service. The rebellion is spreading, and I want to be on the side I believe in.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm stuck here.
You'll get your chance to get off this rock. You're going to the Academy next term, aren't you?
Not likely. I had to cancel my application.
What for?
My uncle needs me.
Oh.
No, I'm serious. The Sand people have been getting really crazy. They've even raided the outskirts of Anchorhead.
Come on, Luke. Your uncle could hold off a whole colony of Sand people with one blaster.
I know. But we've got almost enough evaporators to make the place pay off. I have to stay one more season. I can't leave him now.
What good's all your uncle's work if the Empire takes it over? You know they've already started to nationalize commerce in the central systems? It won't be long before your uncle's just a tenant, slaving for the greater glory of the Empire.
No, that's not going to happen here. You said yourself the Empire won't even mess with this old rock.
Things can change.
I wish I was going. Are you going to be around long?
No. Leaving in the morning.
I guess I won't see you.
Maybe someday. I'll keep a lookout.
Yeah. I'll be at the Academy next season, and then who knows? I won't be drafted into the Imperial Starfleet, that's for sure. Well, take it easy, buddy. You'll always be the best friend I've ever had.
So long, Luke.
The original Star Wars film, later subtitled Episode 4, A New Hope, was released in the United States on May 25th, 1977. It was a groundbreaking cinematic experience, introducing audiences to a galaxy far, far away, with revolutionary special effects, an epic story, and unforgettable characters. Despite production challenges and skepticism from some of the cast and crew, Star Wars quickly became a massive success, earning $410 million worldwide during its initial run, and eventually reaching $775 million through subsequent releases. The film's impact was immediate, sparking a cultural phenomenon that led to sequels, prequels, spin-offs, and an expansive universe of books, comics, and TV series. It also revolutionized movie merchandising, with action figures, toys, and collectibles becoming a major part of its legacy.
Friday, learn the secrets behind the making of Star Wars.
Here they come.
Then, a legendary creature with an unearthly thirst for revenge seeks her next victim in Curse of the Black Widow, right after the making of Star Wars.
Friday, starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Hollywood, California, August 1977. A triumphant moment in screen history. To the world-famous Chinese theater come the stars of the biggest box office success in motion picture history.
R2-D2, hurry up. Everyone's waiting for you.
C-3PO and R2-D2 are reunited for the first time since their epical appearance in Star Wars. Thousands are gathered to see the metallic megastars place their footprints in cement in the theater's courtyard. As the two heroes of Star Wars make their indelible impressions on the ground reserved for Movieland's legends, the world resounds with the fact that Star Wars itself has become a full-fledged social phenomenon. It has become more than just a movie. Also to be honored this eventful day, Star Wars villain.
Oh no, it's Darth Vader. Just imagine that, R2. This is the strangest planet we ever visited. Oh, I can't bear it anymore. Turn the dial. Quickly, get rid of him at once. How can they do that, R2? That dreadful man putting his name right next to ours. Oh, how did this whole thing start? I really don't know. You're quite right, R2. It has happened too quickly. All that suffering. It is time we sorted it all out. Do you think your memory bank is up to it?
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, a starship is boarded by Imperial stormtroopers. Their leader, Darth Vader, master of evil, and the Galactic Empire's most feared agent. The plans Darth Vader seeks are entrusted to two robots, C-3PO and R2-D2, for delivery to an heroic knight on a far-off planet.
I'm going to regret this.
After the robots escape from the starship, the rebel leader, Princess Leia, is captured.
It's much more fun looking at it this way. It was rather too exciting at the time, wasn't it, R2? Don't get technical with me, R2. Just hurry up and tell everyone how the film was really made.
Planet Earth, not too long ago, a rehearsal for one of Star Wars' most exciting scenes.
No, it's too late! Come on!
Stop that, R2. It's not very nice to show our friends looking so silly. Besides, you really must begin at the beginning. Now just behave yourself, R2. Don't be so stubborn. You know perfectly well where it began. It began with Mr. Lucas.
George Lucas, 33 years old, writer and director of Star Wars. His first feature film for Warner Brothers, THX 1138, also science fiction, but of a very different kind. His second, Universal's American Graffiti, which recalled his adolescent years in a small town in California. His third film, the phenomenally successful Star Wars, which he wrote far from Hollywood at his home in Northern California.
I think one of the key factors in the success is that it's a positive film. It has heroes and villains, and that it essentially is a fun movie to watch. It's been a long time since people have been able to go to the movies and see a sort of straightforward, wholesome, fun adventure.
In Star Wars, Lucas wanted to recapture the spirit of romance and adventure he found in the movies of the past. The kind of films that ran endlessly on television when he was growing up.
It's a good effort, Capitan.
My next will be better, my fancy clown.
In making his space adventure, Lucas set out to give young people another kind of fantasy world, the kind he derived from watching westerns and old Flash Gordon serial.
Flash who?
The forces have you surrounded, Tarkov. They will attack if you do not surrender immediately.
Well, there they are.
I'll be seeing you, boys.
Luke Skywalker, the young hero of Star Wars, is a direct descendant of Flash Gordon. As he evolved from script to storyboard to actor in the person of 25-year-old Mark Hamill, Luke became a projection of every young boy's adventurous spirit. For director-writer George Lucas, Luke was something of an alter ego. In the film, Luke enlists the aid of a wise and virtuous man, part warrior, part mystic, and the last survivor of a knightly order called the Jedi. His name, Obi-Wan Ben Kenobi. He is portrayed in the film by the distinguished British actor Sir Alec Guinness. For their adventures, Luke and old Ben must ally themselves with a mercenary space parrot, the cynical Han Solo, played by Harrison Ford. For their journeys, they need Solo's space freighter, which comes with a most unusual co-pilot, Chewbacca, the Wookiee. With the two robots, this foursome will attempt to rescue a princess. As played by Carrie Fisher, this princess is royalty of a very liberated kind.
Governor Tarkin.
The villain and chief nemesis, Darth Vader. Even in early production sketches, Darth Vader emerged as a crown prince of evil. Sound effects editors added a final touch to his villainy.
Wait a minute, R2. You may think you know what you're doing, but you have to be careful. Oh! R2-D2, come back at once. What's the matter, R2? It's all right, R2. Oh, that stupid machine. I don't know what he'd do without me. You needn't worry. I'll take care of it. It's all right, R2. You can come out now. He's gone. Come and see for yourself. He's not here. Now, really, R2, if you're not careful, you'll overwork your circuits. You needn't fret. Darth Vader has gone. Really, R2, I hope you've learnt your lesson. You must concentrate and stick to the story.
Tunisia, North Africa. Here, George Lucas and a film crew of 130 people from England and the United States recreated the planet of Tatooine, A strange world where the robots landed after their escape from the Imperial forces. To create the world of Tatooine, cargo planes and oversized trans-European moving vans brought thousands of pieces of equipment and props to the remote Tunisian desert. Construction crews worked for 2 months to build the dwellings and towns of the exotic planet. Among the strangest inhabitants of Tatooine, robots, or droids as they are called in the film. 25 different models of them. It is on Tatooine that the robots C-3PO and R2-D2 will encounter the young farm boy, Luke Skywalker. It is also on Tatooine that they will be confronted by the Jawas, bright-eyed wanderers of the wasteland. Tiny, scrappy creatures, the Jawas are known to deal in slightly used and often stolen droids. Scavengers of the desert, they are not nice people to run into when out for a stroll, as R2-D2 discovered in this scene from the film.
There, R2, calm down. You must try to get a hold of yourself. Look at me. Scrap merchants aren't exactly my favorite people either. Yes, there certainly were a lot of very strange creatures out there in the desert.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral, the early production drawings of the Sand People don't specify. George Lucas imagined them as ferocious nomads, and ferocious is what they turned out to be, as demonstrated in this scene photographed on location.
Cut and print.
No, R2, it didn't look very dangerous, did it? But just see how exciting it looks in the completed film.
Sir Alec Guinness, a knight playing a knight, brought to the Star Wars set a theatrical tradition that inspired the youthful production company. In this, his first appearance as Obi-Wan Ben Kenobi, he rescues Luke Skywalker from the Sand People. It is now that R2-D2 discovers that Obi-Wan is the man to whom he must deliver the secret message. The message cannot be delivered, however, until a damaged friend has been repaired.
Oh, watching that scene always makes me nervous. Do you know that my arm still aches when my batteries run low? Yes, R2, the Force is extraordinary. I always like to hear Obi-Wan talking about it. Do you think it's the Force that's holding us together, R2? Yes, I quite agree. With a little help from the crew. What clever people they are. Isn't it amazing the things they can invent? Like Luke Skywalker's land speeder.
Through the magic of film, Luke's land speeder hovers over the desert sands. But for scenes requiring starts and stops, part of the magic becomes transparent. In this scene, Luke discovers his family has been killed by the Imperial forces.
Yes, R2, I was very glad to leave Tunisia, because then we went to film in the studios in England, which was much nicer. And the sets were unbelievable. The Millennium Falcon was most impressive. It even overwhelmed the crew.
In fact, Han Solo's space freighter, the Millennium Falcon, was Star Wars' most elaborate set. It was constructed on one of the 9 sound stages the company used at the Elstree Studios outside London.
It's better on this side of it than this side.
It's better with this there on your right of your face because I don't see it.
Nailed to the floor of the soundstage, the mock-up of the Falcon remains strangely earthbound. Later on the screen, it will appear to hurtle through the vastness of space.
Running. Action!
Can't you outrun him? I thought you said this thing was fast.
Watch your mouth, kid. You're gonna find yourself floating.
For all of its sophistication as a set, the motion of the Falcon is generated by a few stagehands.
Okay, cut. Take 559, take 2. Action!
Can't you outrun him? I thought you said this thing was fast.
Harrison Ford, who pilots the Falcon, worked with Lucas in American Graffiti. He played a similar role of a man obsessed by speed and ego.
Here's where the fun begins.
I ain't nobody, dork. Right?
Right.
Hey, you see this Milner, you tell him I'm looking for him, huh?
Ain't he neat?
In fact, a lot of the elements of Han Solo are a lot like Bob Falfa in American Graffiti. But I don't, I hope they're not the same person. I never intended them to be. The jump to hyperspace is like, it's like the drag racing in American Graffiti. Chewbacca. Chewbacca is the Wookiee. He's 200 years old, and I don't know if this ever comes out in the picture, but he is 200 years old. He's capable of flying this spaceship, and I'm capable of understanding his language. I related to him as if he were a special kind of dog. I thought kids would find him real frightening. So I wanted a relationship with him that would imply trust and equality.
The Wookiee actually came from my dog, Indiana, who is a big Malamute, very large, furry dog that looks a lot like the Wookiee, only slightly smaller.
Of course, R2. Everybody misses the Wookiee. He was such an interesting character. But remember how he used to cheat at chess?
Aboard the Falcon, en route to rescue the princess, the Wookiee and R2 play an unusual game with holographic chess pieces.
Now be careful, R2.
The chess pieces are actually rubber figures wired with movable joints. Using stop-action photography, every movement of the creatures is filmed one frame at a time. When played back, the creatures come to life in continuous motion. They are then added to the chessboard.
What did he say? Oh, he misses us too.
There are 365 special photographic effects in Star Wars, more than in any other movie. For this scene, each effect element was shot separately, then added to the live action. Even the laser beam of Luke's sword was optically printed into the scene. Other elements like the chess set and rays were added in the same way. The force which Obi-Wan attempts to pass on to Luke is a vital element in Star Wars.
It's sort of boiling down religion into a very basic concept. The fact that there is some deity or some power or some force that sort of controls our destiny, or works for good and also works for evil, is always been very basic in mankind.
I know it's not very pleasant, R2, but we have to show the Death Star. Of course I care about upsetting a fellow droid, but we can't stop now. We must get on with our journey aboard the Millennium Falcon.
The Falcon, in which the intrepid adventurers are traveling, is in fact a model. Designed and built by a Hollywood special effects house, it is photographed by a computer-controlled camera. By photographing the model against a blue screen, it will later be possible to add different backgrounds and other moving objects to the scene. This can be done by means of double and triple exposures. The work is painstaking and precise. It is an endeavor where details count. Scenes filmed on the London sound stages will also be integrated with the model shots made in California. To achieve this, the actors must also be filmed against a blue screen.
Tell anybody about us.
In the Falcon cockpit, the actors play out their terror at being caught in a magnetic pull exerted by a yet unpictured Death Star.
It's too big for a space station.
I have a very bad feeling about this.
Turn the ship around.
Yeah, I think you're right. Full reverse, Chewie!
In order to complete the scene, it is necessary to generate what the special effects people call mats.
It's pulling us in.
They permit the separate elements to be printed one at a time. In this case, the actors, the graphic of the Death Star, and a star field. When finally combined, the star field, the Death Star graphic, the model, and the actors filmed on stage contribute to the creation of a dramatic sequence. Another technological achievement was the creation of 33 fully operative robots. R2-D2 was the crowning achievement of these mechanical creatures. An achievement of another kind was the creation of the more human-like droid C-3PO. He and his companion became both dream and nightmare to their creator, George Lucas.
When I started writing this, I found the most intriguing thing was to take two robots and make them into human beings and make them the most interesting characters in terms of the comedy element and the sort of I wanted to make the film around them, use them as a framework for the film. And I knew when I did that I would be getting myself into a lot of trouble.
Difficulties with the robots led to a loss of time. And in the Star Wars location where each day could cost upwards of $100,000, the director's affection for his creations had to be tempered with impatience.
How's that for ingratitude, R2? Where would he be without us? Come to think of it, where would any of them be without us? You're quite right, R2. They'd still be in the garbage crusher, wouldn't they? I'm glad we weren't in that scene, R2. I think you would have got a bit rusty. No, I wouldn't have. Gold doesn't rust. But I must say the pluckiest of the lot was the princess.
Carrie Fisher is Princess Leia. Born to show business, she is the daughter of Debbie Reynolds and Eddie Fisher.
Playing the role of Princess Leia was fun a lot of times.
well, it wasn't fun all the time. After about 2 hours in the garbage room, the fun started to wear off and your skin started to wrinkle and your rubber suit didn't fit right anymore. But we had a good time. When we did the swing across, it would have been fun if we'd been allowed to do it a second time. But it was like doing the upside down roller coaster. We did it one time and it was scary. And then if we'd gotten to do it again, it would have been fun. But they didn't let us do it again.
Here, hold this.
The daring swing was frightening because it actually took place 30 feet above the floor of the studio. But not all of Star Wars' towering scenes were filmed at dizzying heights. Here, Obi-Wan attempts to turn off the magnetic beam which prevents the Falcon from escaping the Death Star. He is only 6 feet off the stage floor. In the final film, he will appear to be 100 feet off the floor.
A very good clues.
Alec Guinness talks about playing his role in this kind of special effects film.
Borrow a little bit here and there. But it's no good trying to think of this character in terms of a psychologically rational man. There's a bit of magic about it. And I just trust that the camera and the backgrounds will provide the rest.
To match the director's concept for this scene, without actually building a huge and expensive set, the filmmakers resort to what is called a glass painting shot. Thousands of miles from the stage in England, a California artist paints a background on glass that will later surround the scene in which Alec Guinness appears. A blank spot is left on the glass painting for the live-action scene filmed on the London stage. The glass painting is then photographed, and the scene with Alec Guinness will be incorporated within it. The final effect is a masterful illusion.
Making Star Wars was a lot like the movie. You never knew what was going to happen next.
For 10 long weeks, the Star Wars company labored on the suburban London sound stages, bringing to life a film that had begun as an idea with George Lucas 3 years before. For Lucas, these 10 weeks were pressure-laden as he struggled to keep the 130-member company on schedule. For the actors, it is both a time of excitement and tedium. To outsiders, the filmmaking world looks to be a fun-filled, glamorous environment. It is actually a workaday world of detail and repetition.
It's times like this that I really feel like shutting down. Well, it's also boring waiting around for the technicians and the director to get everything ready. Sometimes they treat actors just like droids. What do you mean? What lines? You never even read the script. Come to think of it, how would you have turned the pages?
Take 18.
The cast of Star Wars makes an 18th attempt to escape from the Death Star.
Okay, cut. Cut it. And. The mic was in frame.
The mic was in picture. The mic was in picture.
The mic was in picture. Everyone back to first position.
The sound department has to pay him. It was good for you.
Okay, print it and burn it.
The stormtroopers who police the Death Star must also be filmed for the climactic escape sequence. Here they prepare to witness the fateful duel between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. Again, special effects were used to heighten the action in the scene. Alec Guinness enters carrying only the hilt of his sword. He is given a second sword made of special light-reflecting material. When this sword is turned to the light, the reflection will appear to be the laser beam. However, for a more dramatic effect, an animated glow is added to the laser sword. Flashes of color are also printed in to enhance the scene. Sound effects add another dimension to the drama. Another angle of this climactic moment is photographed. This one without Alec Guinness. A dummy is substituted. For this scene, Lucas and his technicians are trying to achieve a difficult mechanical effect on the set.
It severed, but it all came down together.
The scene is not working. Lucas will later make the decision to enhance this scene with an optical effect. The many angles and shots that make up the daring escape from the Death Star are finally realized in this scene from the film.
I thought our troubles were over when we got away from the Death Star, but really, they were only just beginning. Watch the dogfight? Oh, how you do ramble on. You only want to see that because you have such a big part in it. Honestly, Artu, sometimes I think success has gone to your wiring. You haven't been the same since the film opened. Well, at least I can answer my own fan mail, which is more than you can do.
Here on what was the largest soundstage in England, the Star Wars company prepares to shoot the climax of R2's incredible adventure, one he embarks upon with Luke Skywalker.
May the Force be with
The rebel forces are about to launch an aerial attack against the Death Star. The secret message that R2 has brought back is used to help plan the raid.
Just a boy. He's a great pilot.
Thank you, sir. I'll try.
I gotta get aboard.
We'll hear all your stories when we get back, all right? All right.
Hey, Big.
The adventure sought by Luke Skywalker, the farm boy from Tatooine, is about to reach its most dangerous moment. For the first time since leaving home, he is on his own.
The character of Luke Skywalker is the one sounding board you have. And like Dorothy in Wizard of Oz or Jack Hawkins in Treasure Island, there's that one character that people look to see the reactions to everything else. He's very simple, very naive, very straightforward. He's that classic character in literature that doesn't want to stay on the farm, that wants to see what's beyond, and, you know, get off the farm and go have a little adventure.
The adventure into which Luke Skywalker is thrust is derived from World War II dogfights as shown in Hollywood films. For the space-age dogfight, detailed models are used. With the computer controls developed especially for Star Wars, it was possible to film the elements for this sequence with a freedom never before exercised in motion picture production. By controlling the motion of the camera and by remembering those motions, the computer allows for more complex and visually dynamic photography. Again, the models are photographed against blue screen to allow for the placement of other elements into the scene. The surface of the Death Star, until now seen only as a graphic, must now be rendered as a model. To effect attacks on the model by the rebel planes, explosions are sometimes triggered by primitive mechanisms. Similarly, the miniature planes are wired with small charges. It took 2 years and $3.5 million to do the Star Wars miniature and optical effects. This camera provides a pilot's eye view of an attack on the Death Star. Thousands of hours are devoted to collecting all the elements necessary for the final sequence.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2, of course we all want to see how it worked out.
With the success of the film, the country goes Star Wars crazy. In the modern world, success can't be confined to one medium. It spills over into every area of our lives. Star Wars has spawned more Star wares than anyone can count. It has become an inescapable phenomenon. The music of Star Wars by John Williams is part of that phenomenon. And what about sequels? The producer of Star Wars, Gary Kurtz.
We had a lot of speculation about sequels to Star Wars, and we are working on story material that will develop into potentially one or more motion pictures that will use the same characters. I like to consider them different adventures rather than direct sequels.
Obviously, the Empire is still there, Darth Vader is still there, and it's going to also evolve with new characters coming in, new problems, new worlds.
It's still being written, the sequel, and we're all signed for them to do them, Mark Harrison and I, and the robots, 3PO and R2. But that's as far as I know. I heard that they were probably going to have an ice planet and a tropical planet, like the fourth moon of Yavin.
But then again, George can do anything he wants now. The first one has been so successful that he could set the next one in Redondo Beach if he chooses to do so.
There are questions that still need to be answered. Like, what about the future of the princess?
And who she is going to end up with is still anybody's guess. I will say that Luke is more devoted to her, I think, than Han Solo is.
I would probably describe Han Solo as the cynical, mercenary space pirate with the cream filling, you know. He's a nice guy.
She's really a chump if she goes for Han Solo.
And what of Darth Vader? Will he get his comeuppance?
I don't like Darth, and I don't mind talking about it either. I think he's a bad guy, and I'm going to probably do my best to shoot him next time. I think he's powerful and dangerous.
They put us on a gigantic playground and gave us mounds of toys to play with. It was like playing cowboys and Indians for money.
It was a lot of fun. How much fun? About this much.
The magic of Star Wars does not lie only in its brilliant special effects. Its power derives from something simpler and rarer, the romantic spirit that moves in it. Before it, we are all young again. and everything seems possible.
My goodness, R2. Were we really responsible for all that? If this keeps up, we may well be able to afford a droid of our own. What will he do? Well, he could answer your fan mail for a start. And then he could keep me polished up. Where will it all end? Perhaps, R2, it will never end.
R2? Where are you? R2? R2? Huh? R2, you're on fire! R2-D2, you found a cigarette! Well, I don't think smoking is grown up at all. Because it's very dangerous. Smoking does dreadful things to your lungs and is very bad for your heart. Well, I know I don't have one, but humans do, and I think we should set a good example. Well done, R2. Oh, hello. You know smoking is bad for your health, and it isn't grown up at all. So please, don't smoke. R2, do you really think I don't have a heart?
If you're wondering why there are crowded lines of people standing outside of motion picture theaters these days, something that hasn't happened in a long time, the reason is that they're waiting in line to see the spectacular new motion picture, Star Wars. Well, Star Wars is a whole new idea in filmmaking today. It's a space fantasy filled with thrills, all kinds of action, and a great deal of suspense. And you're about to meet the stars of Star Wars, and here they are. Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Harrison Ford. And they're going to be questioned by members of the Star Trek Revival Club, and we'll be hearing from them later, right after Catherine Kiefer in the news. The motion picture Star Wars is one of the most successful films of today. Why is Star Wars so successful, and why are people waiting in line to see it? And why are people going back again and again? These are some of the questions that we'll be asking the stars of Star Wars, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Harrison Ford. Let's give them a hand, all right? All right, Mark, first up, why is Star Wars such a big success, in your estimation?
In my estimation, right. I've seen it in the theater and watched just the audience. I didn't watch the screen, and I think for 2 hours, people are having a great time. It's like a good roller coaster ride. It's like a good ride at Disneyland. You can sit down, you can laugh, you can boo the villain, cheer the heroes, and it's not meant to be any intellectual sort of
a big message or something.
No. It's good versus evil, which is so basic, and it's got the stuff of Ivanhoe, of King Arthur. I mean, whatever George could summon up from things that had made him happy in movies, in literature, he put in Star Wars. I mean, we even have a mechanical Laurel and Hardy. The comic relief of the picture is that little barrel-shaped R2-D2. Yeah, and he's adorable. He's like a mechanical teddy bear. People are just falling in love with him.
And Carrie, why do people go back again and again? Because they can't see it all the first time, is that right?
Well, yeah, there's so much going on, and I'm probably to verify that they actually saw what they saw the first time, if it actually happened. But there is so much to see. There's the Wookiee, the droids, the robots, the people, the princesses, the sand people, the Jawas.
Oh, to remember all of those. Now, we're going to give Harrison the hardest job of all. For those people that haven't seen Star Wars, so that they know what we're all talking about, we're going to have a special preview right now. But we need you to set it up for us, to kind of give us the story before we see the preview. All right, your turn.
I'm sure we're going to leave out some of the best parts, because the plot is very thick and rich. But basically, we have our hero, Mark Hamill, in concert with me. I'm the driver of the spaceship, and we've recaptured the princess from the clutches of Darth Vader and Governor Tarkin, the bad guys. And we're about to speed off to join the rebel forces with her. But first we have to get rid of the following bad guys.
So it's really the good against the bad, and that's why people are cheering and yelling and all that stuff right now. And there's lots of action, as we mentioned. So this is a preview for you to see Star Wars, just a portion of it.
In the country or in town, going up or coming down, on the sidewalk, on the grass, fading back to throw a pass, on a sailboat or a bus, when there's just the two of us, the incredible edible egg.
Anytime, any place, reach for an egg. They're versatile, economical, highest quality protein. You can always use eggs, so keep enough on hand.
The incredible edible egg.
There's just no time like a Six Flags good time, where good times get better every year. Give the people you love a good time with style. Take them out to Six Flags for a big all-day smile. Yeah! There's just no time like a Six Flags good time, where good times get better every year.
One admission price buys the whole beautiful day at Six Flags, I-44 west of St. Louis.
Hey, here's a super special purchase for Dad from Robert Hall Village. A king-size multi-position recliner ideal for almost any room for only $59.99. All vinyl or vinyl and fabric. They're durable and washable and come in a choice of colors. Or relax with this exciting new TV game for playing tennis, hockey, squash, or handball. With on-screen scoring, it's just $22. At the Village, Robert Hall Village, your complete promotional department store.
We have members of the Star Trek Association for Revival with us. They have questions for our guests, and would you say your name, please?
Therese Hoffman.
And your question?
Since you three played straight humanoids, how did it feel working with actors and dressed as bizarre aliens and androids?
George gave them all human potential and uses them all in a very human story. So it's all about people, really. I mean, there's a lot of special effects, but it's mostly about people.
Mark, I was wondering how they staged the light laser fight and what special effects were involved.
A lot of interest in that. In a way, I feel like I'm a magician's assistant, and it's not my prerogative to tell you. If George decides he wants to put out a book on the making of Star Wars and give away, you know, how my hovercraft work, whatever, that's up to him. Optically and movie magic, and one on the set.
It's all done with mirrors.
Your question?
All right, I'd like to ask Mark, there was one part where you went under some sewage in the garbage. I'd like to know if you had any difficulties in that and how many times you had to shoot it.
Oh, we worked days.
3 or 4 days.
Yeah, and there was a scuba guy with tanks and everything under the water working that Dianoga. Do we call it Dianoga? No. See? But it is. It's a Dianoga. And physically, I know, Harrison, I woke up the next morning, I mean, just thrashing about and doing everything like that. I went to get up, and every muscle in my body was ruined. I thought it was just me. I thought I was really sick. And when Harrison came out of his house like this, walking the same way I was, like Quasimodo, I said, great, it's not just me.
Hi, I'd like to address Carrie. One thing I wanted to know is what the location conditions were as far as climate, how you put up with it, because a lot of the scenes were done in the desert.
Well, that was Mark. Mark did 3.5 weeks in Tunisia, and the rest of it was shot in London for about 3 months, and it was hot.
Yeah, hi, my name's Leslie Sawyer, and Harrison, I'd like to know, did you enjoy doing the film, and also what part was your favorite part to do?
Oh, I don't have a favorite part. The whole experience was a joy from beginning to end, and I loved working on it. It was real hard work, and it was, you know, you're using your energy in a worthy pursuit. I enjoyed it a lot.
My name's Stuart Weiss, and Carrie, I'd like to know, in your opinion, who gets the princess at the end of the movie?
The Wookiee or R2-D2, I haven't decided.
You're being very, very diplomatic, and I was going
well,
to think...
she gets a big hug from Chewie when they escape. All I get is a kiss on the cheek for luck.
Yeah. What we want to ask you so much is many young people or people of all ages think you're probably instant stars. No. They don't realize that you've been working in the business, all the things that you've done before Star Wars. So, Mark, why don't you give us a little...
Very briefly, because I wrote out a resume for Star Wars, and they said, figure out everything you've done. I did 51 episodes of General Hospital, 89 guest shots on nighttime TV shows. I dubbed 17 cartoon voices for a Saturday morning show and did a voice for Wizards, 4 commercials, and 3 years in a repertory theater.
And you have a good memory.
Oh, and 5 TV movies. Well, Sarah T. with Linda Blair and a couple of other good ones.
Carrie?
Well, I'm more of a novice than the other two. I'm only about 20, around 20. I did shampoo before this. I did a Captain Kangaroo once.
It's true.
I did. Mr. Moose, and I've worked with Mr. Moose, and then I worked with Laurence Olivier.
She did. She just worked with Lord Olivier.
Techniques.
Tell him about that.
And I did a television show called Come Back Little Sheba with Laurence Olivier and Joanne Woodward.
From Bunny Rabbit to Lord Olivier, that's quite a spectrum.
Now, your mother is very, very proud of you, and your dad, right, at this point. I'm sure they always have been, but this is exciting for them, isn't it?
Yes.
How's your mother react to this film?
She loves the film. She's glad to see that I'm a good shot. She was always a good shot in the things that she did. They're both very happy for me.
All right, Harrison, let's go on to you. You have the most experience of this group. That's what Mark told me?
Well, I've got the most years in. I've got 13 or 14 years in the business. I started out as a contract player under contract to Columbia and Universal doing television and small parts in movies. And I quit the business for 3 years and came back to work for Lucas for the first time in graffiti. Since then I've worked mostly in movies.
When you quit for 3 years, what were you doing?
I became a carpenter.
Nice. Anything else?
No, that was it. It was all about feeding the faces at home, you know. I wasn't working, so I quit.
Well, we'll be back with more questions, more answers right after these messages.
How would you tell the difference between the bathroom tissue you bought and the one you bought? Scott tissue.
Squeeze. I count.
Right. Let's count the difference together.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Scott Tissue's the one brand you can count to 1,000 sheets. This brand runs out at
500.
while Scott Tissue goes to 1,000 sheets, so it lasts longer, 28% longer.
1,000.
Scott Tissue, because 1,000 sheets last longer.
I have to admit, that counts.
This is Nathan. I try to feed him what's nutritious. Nathan only wants what tastes good. With improved Recipe dinners, his nutrition never tasted so good. Recipe has all the good things he needs for complete nutrition. That's important to me. And a taste Nathan loves. That's important to him. Recipe makes us both happy.
Recipe. His nutrition never tasted so good.
Dear health, teeth.
For healthy teeth, kids need cavity protection where most cavities occur, in the hard-to-reach places between the teeth. Now clinical tests prove a different McLean's. McLean's fluoride is unsurpassed in reducing cavities between the teeth.
To your health, teeth.
McLean's fluoride, accepted by the American Dental Association.
I love its super mild taste. To your health, teeth.
Come taste the rainbow. Canfield's rainbow of flavor and fun.
Try Canfield's draft root beer with the home-brewed taste of yesterday. Deep and dark. And now in Canfield's half-liter money-back bottles. Compact bottles that cost less because they give you a free serving in every carton.
Come taste the rainbow. Canfield's rainbow of flavor and fun.
Yes, would you give us your name and question?
Okay, I'm Barry Waterman, and I was wondering, Mark, have you been approached about a possible sequel or another series?
Yes, we're going to do a continuation of Star Wars next summer. It'll come out May of '79, following the Christmas reissue of the original. These guys don't miss a trick.
My name is John Tapman. I would like to know, based on the original screenplay, were there any scenes that were cut out that you filmed, and are you sorry to see them go?
Very few. George cut a few things to keep the picture moving a little better. It's the art of compromise, making a movie, you know?
Yes.
I'm Bill Goodmanson, and I'd like to ask if any of them there know how many aliens were in the Mos Eisley barroom sequence.
Oh.
No one.
Well, what
shot quite a few there, and then...
What happened was Stuart Freeborn, who made the masks, got ill, and he was unable to finish as many aliens as they wanted, so they did retakes in Hollywood. And Ron Cobb designed some of the hammerhead guy with the blinking eyes and the dance band.
Hi, I'm Kyler Buckwalter, and I was wondering, when you saw the
a film for the first time, what was your reaction? Were you surprised?
I didn't know where I was. I was just, you can imagine. It was like Christmas morning. I was up at 6 and all excited and everything, and I don't think you have any idea I'll never forget that as long as I live. That particular showing of the film was wonderful.
Yeah, I'm Chuck Swan, and considering the huge box office turnout this movie has, how many of you own stock in 20th Century Fox?
Good question. Good question.
Who knew? I mean, you don't think in those terms. You know, I didn't think. I knew the movie was going to be successful, but I didn't think, hey, I better go buy stock. Did you?
I'm Ed Fryman, and Mark has already told us that he saw the film. But Carrie and Hamilton, have you seen the film, and how do you feel about seeing yourself on film?
The first time is always very difficult. The second time is a little easier, but it's real hard to see yourself.
What he said goes for me, too.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
One question that our son Bill had. In the film, are these humanoids or are they people?
No, they're humanoids. Those are
stormtroopers.
Stormtroopers, and they're the Imperial Army's soldiers. And then this suit enables them to breathe in any.
But what's under that?
A very mean man.
Because you took off the uniforms and put them on, so there had to be something underneath, right?
Well, what do you mean? We wore ballet. Those black.
But remember when we
went into the garbage chute, we were wearing those suits over our other clothes.
Yes.
This is
we just wondered what was under this. In the film, not in reality.
Oh, not in reality. In the film, I would imagine when we're in it, I'm in my tunic and he's in his cavalry type outfit, and I guess the other guys are just wearing their underwear. I don't know.
The humanoids, that is.
The humanoids, right?
Now, when we asked you earlier, Carrie, about your mom and dad, we established some people wanted to know, to answer the question. Debbie Reynolds is your mother, Eddie Fisher is your dad, and in People's Magazine, yes, really? there was a story about your mom's comment when you did shampoo.
Yeah, well, she wasn't that upset. I was grounded for about a week, no TV or anything, but it wasn't a big deal. She would prefer possibly a 4 or 5 letter word as opposed to the 4-letter one.
Oh. But you also said that it's kind of hard to grow up with famous parents.
Did I say that? I didn't.
My folks are Mr. Ed and Flipper, so...
Wait, was that hard for you?
Sonny and Cher is his mom and dad. It wasn't hard for me.
Let's ask about these two.
Those are my parents.
Yeah, well, they are, right?
Eddie and Debbie.
Yeah. Is there a person in there?
That's Kenny Baker in the short one, because Kenny Baker's real short, and that's Anthony Daniels in the in the gold robot suit.
Although there were about 10 to 12 R2-D2s that were used, some could do other things better. Do you know what I mean? One had arms that popped out, and one had the put out the fire, whatever. There's millions of them. In fact, there's one scene where one starts out, and we cover him up, and another one pops out, and you think it's all the same one. So go see it again and watch for that.
Right, watch it. Thank you very much for being with us. It was fun. Thank you. A big hand of applause for our stars. We'll be back after these messages.
Sunday is Father's Day, and the folks at Jewel have a great way to show Dad you care. Serve his favorite meal with fine Jewel beef as the main attraction. Through Saturday, Jewel has savings on Father's Day favorites like sirloin steak, just $1.39 a pound, or tender beef rump roast, just $1.29 a pound, and thick, juicy T-bone steak is just $1.89 a pound. Make your dad feel extra special with fine foods from Jewel.
With me are 3 stars of Star Wars. Carrie Fisher, who plays the princess, Mark Hamill, who plays the innocent and brave young hero, and Harrison Ford, the only movie actor named after 2 presidents, who is the dashing, daring space pilot who helps them all escape from danger.
It's great to sit in a theater and see people really enjoy something like that.
Have you done it? Have you been?
Yeah.
Any of you, have you gone to see a theater just anonymously, just go in as a patron?
It's easy to be anonymous at this point, really. Nobody recognizes us when we go into a theater.
Nobody recognizes you?
Just one guy who's seen it 12 times, and he
What's
asked
his
me
reaction?
out.
He asked you out?
No, I first told him that I was the prize, that the 20th Century Fox officer had heard he'd seen it 12 times, and he got a free date with the princess and a bucket of popcorn. But he believed me.
If you don't recognize Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford, it may very well be because you expect them to exist in another time and in another very different space. In the new movie Star Wars, Carrie plays Princess Leia, the maiden in distress, and Harrison played Han Solo, space cowboy who reluctantly decides to help rescue her. Well, George Lucas, who wrote and directed the film, chose them partly because of the way they worked together. They did not, however, see the effectiveness of their rehearsals until they saw the final print with all of the effects added, and it looked like this. What a show. It's just wonderful. Really great, fun frivolousness. You never had any idea what it was actually going to look like, though, until you finally saw the print, right?
Well, most of it was there in the script, although you couldn't visualize how they actually were going to do it.
The special effects and so forth.
Were not there at all.
What did you think when you finally saw how it was put together and what it was going to be like?
Well, it was amazing. I never thought that they could actually do it, given the budget that they had, certainly. Mm-hmm. And I was overwhelmed, appropriately enough.
What about you, Harrison?
I was happy. I was real happy to see how well it turned out. I think they did themselves proud, those guys.
Were you shocked?
No, I wasn't shocked. No, I was happy. Mm-hmm. I never knew what it was going to look like. I'm not a big science fiction fan, and I really hadn't any way to anticipate what it was going to be like.
Having seen the film now, is it the kind of movie that you would enjoy going to see?
I have enjoyed going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How about you, Carrie?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I understand you have 2 young sons, Harrison.
I do,
what,
yeah.
What did they think about the show, and what did they particularly like about it?
Well, they act as if it was made for them, you know? I mean, not because I'm in it, but because it is so particularly right for them at their age. They're 8 and 10. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they love it, as do most of their friends. Mm-hmm. Sure.
What about your parents, Carrie? Debbie Reynolds and Eddie Fisher. What did they think about you and then the film, too?
Well, they love it. My mother thinks it's sort of... Well, my mother thought before she saw it that it was going to be like Singing in the Rain, because you figure 2 guys and a girl. But they thought it was like sort of a Frank Capra film. You know, it has the spirit of the films that were in the 30s and 40s that they haven't had in a long time.
What did they think about your role in it?
They were very pleased to see my hair up at the end. They loved it. You know, they liked that I wasn't sort of a victim cowering and so forth.
Yeah. What do you think? There was a story recently in the news about a woman who felt that unless she saw the show in every 3 days, she got terribly nervous. What do you think about some of these folks who were going to see it 20, 30, 40 times? I think she'd been 43 times.
Well, I don't understand. I'm gratified, but I don't understand.
Yeah, just to have to see it where you get nervous is strange. I don't know. I wouldn't touch that one.
Okay, well, let's move on. You said your mother was glad to see you with your hair up and so forth. Well, what was it like for you acting? You were practically the only woman on the set. You were surrounded by men and machines and strange creatures and all of that sort of thing. What was it like for you dealing with that?
Well, very interesting. It was great when they shot a lot of the, when they had all the extras to do the Stormtrooper sequence. I was the only girl there. You know, I had a lot of different lunches with everyone. I don't know. It was, I took it
didn't strike you one way or another, in other words. So
I didn't know how to take advantage of it at the time.
You wish you could now?
Well, I don't know.
What about, you know, one of the most incredible scenes in the entire film has got to be the barroom scene with those outrageous creatures that have been concocted from someone's wild imagination.
Stuart Freeborn originated a lot of those monsters in England. Yeah, it was fantastic, and it's very much like the whole movie. It invokes memories of all those barroom scenes that you've ever seen before, with that one added twist.
How did they do that one scene where you're caught in the garbage, and the walls are closing in on you, and
they
it's so
put us in
murky
garbage.
They built a garbage room.
Put a bunch of garbage in a room and then squeezed in the walls.
Oh my Lord, that's incredible. What about some of the other R2-D2 and C-3PO working in those machines? Wasn't it terribly uncomforting for them?
Yeah, it took Tony Daniels about 45 minutes every day to get into that thing, and we shot on probably one of the hottest summers London has had. And in the set, sometimes it could get over 100 degrees if you're in a small set. Sometimes I think on one occasion, they finished shooting and everyone started to walk away, and you heard Kenny not inside of the R2
Yeah,
unit.
he was R2-D2.
Yes, they left him inside of the unit. Everyone got so used to him as a robot.
That's too much. We thank the two of you for coming and telling us a little bit of the insights into what's going on behind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really bad.
Well, none of them have been. They've all been at least
6 seconds ago. Okay, we'll start with a two-shot.
Harrison, I wonder, working in Star Wars, where you're surrounded with so much hardware and special effects and things that you had to imagine, you didn't actually have the setting there. The first time you saw Star Wars, what were some of your thoughts and your reactions?
Well, I was delighted, of course, and very proud of the people that created it. Grateful to be a part of it.
But did some of it look different from what you had imagined it was going to look?
Well, I had no idea of how skillful or spectacular the special effects were going to be. I was surprised by that. But I knew pretty much what the rest of it was going to be like. Yeah.
Did any particular thing grab you as far as the special effects and where you just thought, wow, I didn't know it was going to be like that?
Well, that opening shot is a stroke of genius. I don't want to describe it for fear of ruining it for somebody else. But there is an opening special effects shot which most audiences applaud. It's almost the first shot of the picture. And that's very, very nice to see.
Yes.
You know that you have the audience from that point on.
Have you always been a kind of Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, sci-fi fan?
No, I never have. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen one of those Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon
Well,
serials.
now we have something in common, Harrison, because
you haven't either.
No, I never read that stuff when I was a kid.
neither did I.
Never interested me, as a matter of fact. And I've never.
Well, George did. But this is George's movie, and George was able to write something which was accessible to my intelligence, so that I could come up with something that I'd never seen before.
Well, that's what is interesting to me, is the fact that people like you and me and others that I've talked with who say, well, I don't like sci-fi, I don't like that sort of thing.
But I like this.
Wow, I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
Why do we like this?
Well, it's a fantasy. It's not science fiction so much as it is space fantasy. And it's about people. It's finally about people and not finally about science. So the energy of the movie goes towards exploring these human relationships, and I think that's what makes it so accessible to people.
When you were making the film, I'm thinking of specifically the robots, for instance. Did they have problems with those because there were people inside them?
There were sometimes people inside, and sometimes, sometimes they were all mechanical. There were about 4 or 5 different versions of R2-D2, the small robot, and I think only one of them was used with a person inside of it. But they have, of course, inevitable problems with that much technology. And of course, movies are made under such demands of time and money that it's inevitable that difficulties arise with this stuff. And everything that was being done for the first time. So there were a lot of problems technically to deal with.
Did this make for a tenseness?
No.
No?
No, I think it just created a well of energy to deal with it.
Yeah.
There was a lot of energy.
Harrison, are you beginning to see the effects of Star Wars on your personal life and your career? Maybe things that haven't been happening up till now for you?
Well, everyone has respect for success, and this film is certainly a success. And it has produced the inevitable change for me, yeah.
In what way?
Well, there are a lot more scripts for me to read, and a lot more people interested in using my services, much to my delight.
What about recognition? when you go out in public, are you beginning now to be people running up to you and want to talk?
Well, you know, I saw the film with an audience for the first time about 3 days ago. Sat next to two people who had were sitting through the film for the second time. And they engaged me in a conversation about the film, telling me how much they enjoyed it and what it was all about. And I asked them a few questions about specifics of why they enjoyed it so much. After the film was over, they asked me why I had left during the middle of it if I didn't like the movie. And they didn't recognize me at all. No.
Really?
No. I've never been recognized. In fact, in my early career, I considered that to be sort of a problem, that characters that I played in different movies, it was not acknowledged that it was the same person doing the job.
I bet all that's going to change, though. Harrison, thank you so much for talking with us today. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
And this is Bobby Wygant at 20th Century Fox Studios in Hollywood.
Thank you, very pleasant.
Nice interview, thank you.
My pleasure.
I really could identify with you on, the fact that I went to it knowing this wasn't my kind.
Now, let's talk about the latest aspect of your career, which is, it's quite extraordinary. You've been all these years in movies, and now all of a sudden you've hit the jackpot with a thing called Star Wars, which I saw last week, and I think just loved it. I think it's super. I think it's marvelous escapism, and it'll clean up. But how did you come to be involved with a piece of science fiction like that?
Well, it arrived as a script. I was just finishing a picture in Hollywood. Another day to go, and the script arrived on my dressing table. And I heard that it had been delivered by George Lucas. And I thought, well, that's rather impressive, because he's an up-and-coming and very respect-worthy young director. And then when I opened it and found it was science fiction, I thought, oh, crumbs, this is simply not for me. And then I started reading, and it seemed to me the dialogue was pretty ropey. But I had to go on turning the page. And that's an essential in any script. You've got to know what happens next, or what's going to be said next. And I went on reading, and I thought, no, I like this. If only we can get some of the dialogue altered. And then I met him, we got on very well, and I found myself doing it, that's all.
And it's made more money than any other movie ever made.
So I'm told.
And
yes.
You've got yourself part of the action.
Ah, well.
2.5%, isn't it?
No, not quite that, no.
What is it? Sir Alec, how much is it?
Well, you want that story?
Please.
I tried to keep this dark. I don't know where this all sprang from. I think it was the Evening Standard to blame for this. I had a contract. My agent said I've...
No fool there. So it's 2.25%. We'll put that right, yes, sadly. What's the fascination of it to you, do you think?
I think a marvelous, healthy innocence.
Yes.
Great pace, wonderful to look at, full of guts, nothing unpleasant. People go bang, bang, and people fall over and are dead. But, no horrors, no sleazy sex. In fact, actually, no sex at all if it comes to that. And a sort of wonderful freshness about it, kind of like a wonderful fresh air. When I came out of the cinema into Tottenham Court Road, I thought, oh, Lord, London's awfully sort of gritty and dirty and full of rubbish, isn't it? Because this had all been so
I think that's
invigorating.
Absolutely right, actually. One of the few movies I've come out of recently where I really felt happy and uplifted when I came out. I'd enjoyed myself, actually.
That's all. People are going to read too much into it. It's a simple stuff for all ages.
Are they doing that now with you because of the kind of, sort of reading more into it, the sort of guru figure that you play?
Oh, yes, I'm getting some pretty strange letters. I don't mind telling you.
I can imagine, actually.
Oh, no, surely, yes. My wife and I have got problems. Would you come over and live with us for a few months?
Yes. You could have yourself a fine time.
Hi. Welcome to Hollywood. Well, not really. It's the Opera House, actually. Sitting with me is Mark Hamill, the star of the new film Star Wars. Thanks for coming on the show, Mark. Tell us about the story of the film. What's it all about?
It's impossible to really tell the plot because the plot's not that important. It's the experience you feel when you watch it. It's when you analyze, like I read a synopsis that came from 20th Century Fox, and I, just as a testing out of people's opinions. I would give them the synopsis and have them read it. And they'd get halfway down and just say, well, it's complete nonsense. What do you mean there's like a 9-foot dog man who wears headphones and is able to make the correct mathematical computations to make the jump to hyperspace? What's that? And still he can only talk in grunts and growls?
So the whole storyline is really irrelevant. It's just all the action and everything that takes place.
It's just, it's sort of a combination comic book, fairy tale, Wizard of Oz. There's so many different elements in the movie.
Well, listen, with the thing, how did you get into it? You know, what was the first thing? Where did you first hear about it?
A friend of mine, an older friend of mine, had gone out for it. He said, have you been out for the new George Lucas film? I said, no, what is it? And he said, well, I don't know, I didn't see a script, but I think it's supposed to be something like Flash Gordon. So I went out, it was a 5-minute, they call them cattle calls in the United States. They just herd the actors in with electric cattle prods, and everyone gets 10 minutes, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 10, 30, 10, 40, and no script. So I just went in, I sat down, I said, hi, my name's Mark Hamill, and I'm one of 7 children, and I live in Japan. All the highlights of my action-packed life. And they wanted to see if we could say dialogue like, it'll take a few moments for the Navicomputer to calculate the coordinates. And they crossed out all of Sir Alec Guinness's lines and given them to me because I was the one who was testing.
Right.
So I'm switching from really a wise character, very worldly and otherworldly, to golly kind of guy, which is real strange. I couldn't tell that that's what they'd done. The thing that's really winning about Star Wars is it's not like we're winking at the camera, like, isn't this cute, kind of camp stuff. It's very sincere. It's like we'd all gotten into a time machine and we're transported back to the 30s where it wasn't corny anymore. Because you see old movies and they were made seriously and now they're funny. And this one was funny but made seriously.
Now in the film, the special effects are absolutely amazing. Some of the clips that we're going to have a look at will tell the story, but were they done with models or what? Can you explain to us how that was all worked out?
All the spaceships were models. They were done in a place called Industrial Light and Magic, was formed just for Star Wars in the Valley in Ventura, Southern California. And the live action special effects, in other words, things that had to work on the set, were done by John Steers, who's a British special effects man. Got an Academy Award for Thunderball.
Did he have anything to do with the robots? Because there's quite a few robots
in the
film.
Yeah, the robots were built from designs that were made in the United States, in England. It's a real co-production.
But are there men inside these robots, or are they all automatic, mechanically operated?
Well, there's the humanoid robot, who looks like sort of like an Academy Award. Always had an actor inside, Anthony Daniels. Pity the poor guy in the Sahara Desert, right? I mean, he would be leaned up in his little. They built him this special thing because he couldn't sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, sure. And so he could just lean, and they had this little Tunisian guy that would follow him around everywhere with an umbrella, at no clue as to what we were doing. Robots being carried up mountains on the backs of donkeys, and they would, occasionally they'd say, "Okay, Tony, we're ready for you now." Tony. Okay, gentlemen, get his head off quickly. The bolts. And he'd be just out.
So you had a medical team on standby as well.
Horrible. I mean, it was so bad in Africa as it was. I don't even like to think of what he went through. He'd lose. It's a great way to lose weight. Just get into a robot suit and go to Africa.
Anyway. Now, in the beginning, when they first wrote Star Wars, I believe they actually wrote 3 films. They were all along a series line, so one would follow after the other on the same subject. Now, apparently there's been a few people saying, oh yeah, this film's taken a lot of money and therefore they're going to write Star Wars Part 2 and Star Wars Part 3. But apparently that's not right. In effect, they actually wrote them all in the beginning and signed you up for all 3 in the beginning. Is that right?
That the sequel that's being written now has nothing to do with following up this story. It's just a whole different story. And it won't be called Star Wars 2. It'll be like, From Alderaan with Love and The Alien Who Loved Me. But that's the way it is. I'm under contract and overexposed.
Regardless of the size of the film and the success and everything, it certainly hasn't changed. You're a terrific person to talk to, and I appreciate you coming on the show.
Oh, my pleasure.
And I think we'll have a look at a couple more clips and say goodbye to you.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Let's look at them now.
Thanks, mate.
battle in space was the hero of Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, known in real life as Mark Hamill. And this is Mark's very first appearance on British children's television. So Mark, welcome to Blue Peter.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for coming along.
My pleasure. I'm surprised you call it a children's show, because when we were filming the movie, I watched Blue Peter all the time.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Tell me, how did you get the part of Luke Skywalker in the first place?
I wish I had an adorable anecdote to tell you, that I was in a restaurant and George Lucas, the director, was having a meal and he leaped up and said, "There's Luke Skywalker." I auditioned? No. Unfortunately, I auditioned like anybody else and...
And you got the part?
Yeah.
Had you done any acting before?
Yes, I started doing plays at about age 12, and I went to Los Angeles City College in the theater arts department for 2 years, and I'd racked up, I finally figured out about 148 credits before doing a feature film.
Yeah, but Star Wars is really the first really big feature that you've done.
Yes,
Had some very big names in, Sir Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing. How did you feel working with them?
Well, I was just staggered. I thought, there's no way I can actually meet this man, much less appear in the same scene with him. I'm speaking of Sir Alec because, unfortunately, I never had a scene with Peter Cushing. But he was surprised because I went to work 2 days just to watch Peter Cushing work, even though I didn't work with him. And I'm a fan at heart. I had him sign a couple of posters.
Oh, that's nice. Can you tell us a little about what the story is about in Star Wars?
Well, the story, when you actually put it into words, is only so much nonsense to hang a great visual experience onto. It's the stuff that fairy tales are made of. We have a fairy princess. We have an innocent farm boy who yearns for adventure. Alec Guinness is a wise old wizard who teaches me a mystical force, somewhat like Merlin would teach a young King Arthur. Harrison Ford plays Han Solo, a cynical space pirate that we hire to transport us through the galaxy. Basically, I'm a farm boy. I inherit...
Farm boy makes good.
Yes.
A nice.
I
hope it's a good ending. I'd have to go and see it to make sure it is. Did you have any problems with the fantastic technical tricks that there are in the film?
Well, a lot of the times we would have to just imagine. There would be a blue screen outside the cockpit, like the film clip we just saw. I mean, here we were in these gun ports having a great time, but...
In reality?
Well, we were in the gun ports, but all we saw was a blue screen. So George would tell us to look, from right to left, like, zoom, there it goes, and boom,
So you had to pretend
certainly.
to see things.
But you see, people don't understand. In a way, that's no different than driving a car in a film, which is in fact being towed by a camera car. You're pretending to drive. It's no different than...
All the tricks of making a film.
It's all make-believe.
But at least you didn't have to wear any of those very complicated costumes when you were playing your part of Luke Skywalker. Because some of the actors, in fact, who were playing the baddies, they really did have quite a time of it. Were playing the Imperial forces. They had to wear space-age armor and funny helmets. Talking of funny helmets, John.
Where is John?
Talking of funny helmets, John.
Gosh. John's never looked better, has he?
Oh, John, did you hear that? Mark said you never look better. Come round here. Come round here. Climb over. John, you're not very frightening. I hate to tell you. Not convincing as a bad
Now,
example.
this, mind you, was worn by actors in the England's hottest summer. Was it? Remember the summer '76?
It must have been murder.
So as not to be one of the few people in the country walking around saying, I haven't seen Star Wars, I went to see it last night. I'd seen a couple of film clips, and it's quite a trip. It's really a fun film, and it is and underneath all the special effects, it's a story about a kid growing up on a planet that has, not like our 2 suns, monsters and strange people under any rock, but he seems to be pretty normal, and he plays the central character from Star Wars. Would you welcome Mark Hamill? Mark? First, I want to say I never had so much fun in a motion picture since I was a kid and went to see Buck Rogers with Buster Crabbe. You see how quickly they forget Buster? Oh, that was a big... They show those now on Channel 13 around, and those were done, I think, in the early 30s. And that was considered, you know, really far out.
Right.
They were way ahead of their time. But Star Wars is an amazing film.
It's exactly what inspired George to make it,
Really?
though, because he has that great love for. He loved the Alex Raymond illustrations for Flash Gordon. He loved Buck Rogers, and he just felt that he wanted to make a movie where there were real heroes again. He thought, you know, with just cops busting people for dope and this and that, you know, he said, now let's go to a galaxy far, far away where we don't have to know why these guys are bad. They're just bad.
Well, what it was a Western. It's an intergalactic Western with the good guys very carefully delineated. You know where the bad guys are. You know the good guys.
Yeah.
You got the hero and his buddy who go to get the princess, right? Leia.
Yeah.
And it's all of those composite things together, and it's just for pure fun. You don't have to sit and say, what is the message behind this?
No.
What probing deep message? I understand some people, they told me some of the youngsters have been back 5, 6, and 7 times to see it.
We just visited the White House at that AFI film thing, and Amy Carter had seen it 5 times. We gave her a stormtrooper helmet from the movie,
one of the
white
ones?
helmets, and I told her to wear it at the dinner table every night.
So she doesn't have to see Billy. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, I just read the other day, it's going to be, to sound mercenary, but you almost have to because it's a phenomenon in the business. And I'm sure when they made it, from what I understand, they really didn't have any idea because motion pictures are a gamble. You can spend a lot of money until the public shows up. They either make it or break it. But I understand it's going to be, if not already, one of the biggest. It's already past Jaws already?
I asked today because so many people have asked, how much money has it made? And
people
when
answered that,
you don't know. You just say.
It's the largest grossing. It went over Jaws a few days ago.
Yeah, what was the final total?
Well, it's made 191 million in the United States in less than 6 months.
$191 million.
You know, it's yeah.
And it hasn't even been released overseas yet, right?
It's just opening now in Paris and Australia and a couple other places. But
that is incredible.
It is. When we were making it, people asked me, well, did you think it was going to be successful? And yeah, I thought I never really thought about it. I just thought, gee, this is great fun. I mean, they're giving us laser guns, and I get to rescue a princess, and you know.
It looked like a campy thing to make.
Well, sure, and it was so hard. A lot of times, it's a true story. Harrison Ford, who plays the space pirate in the film, at one point threatened to tie George up and make him say his own lines at gunpoint. I mean, the dialogue was a little bit difficult. I remember there was one line that I just begged him to take out of the screenplay, and he finally did. And it's
remember the line?
Yes, boy, I'll never forget it as long as I live. I sometimes dream about this line. It was just coming upon the exploded planet of the princess, Alderaan, and it's all totally been blown away. And Harrison says, look, kid, I've done my part of the bargain. When I get to an asteroid, you, the old man, and the droids get dropped off. And my line was, but we can't turn back. Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt if the actual security there is any greater than it was on Aquilai or Soest, and what there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault. And I thought, who talks like this, George? I mean, this is really not fair because, you know, we're the ones that are going to get vegetables thrown at us, not you.
It's a lot of fun. Now, you got to remember, you are luckier than a lot of people in the film. At least people know you.
Oh,
I saw an item in Newsweek today, just came out, about the fellow who played Darth Vader, who's an English actor.
That's right,
And
David Prowse.
David, what's his name?
Prowse. He's a British weightlifting champion.
And he says, here I am in one of the biggest grossing motion pictures of all times, and he plays, you know, the Darth Vader, the guy in the black thing. Nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
And the
little
midget playing R2-D2.
Well, our R2-D2, there were about 9 different R2-D2s, and 8 of them were real robots, either hydraulic air or radio-controlled or little wires. And one had Kenny Baker, who's the smallest man in England. It was really terrible because there'd be like 5 R2-D2s all around the set, and we'd go to lunch and we'd hear a little man going, let me out. We would be like placing bets on which R2-D2 you thought he was in. You know?
See, at least they know you by your face. How about the fellow who played the droid now? In the gold?
Oh, that's right, Anthony Daniels.
Nobody knows who he is.
And he was terrific.
One of the major actors in the whole thing, and nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Let me take a break here. We'll come back. We have a little film clip from Star Wars, and so we'll show you that. Sure. We have a couple of minutes. I'm going to show you a couple of minutes like it needs a plug or something. But those of you who haven't seen it might get a kick out of this. What particular scene is this, Mark? You know what we're going to see?
Yeah, this is, we've just rescued the Princess...
Princess Leia, right?
Princess Leia, and actually,
it doesn't make any difference. If you just put it on,
just
we'll
watch
all
it
have a
and-
good laugh.
It's too bad we don't have, too bad we don't have the whole stereophonic sound here and all this. But
Blast us out. I mean, many people.
I love it. G-Buck.
Many people have compared it to Ibsen, actually.
Oh, yes, close.
Very
Fred
intellectual.
Ibsen, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
No, so many people ask me about Sir Alec Guinness. I guess the two most often questions are Sir Alec and the robots. And there's a wonderful story that kind of tells you about both of them. There was many dwarves in the film and midgets to play little Jawas, little creatures.
Right.
And there was one who in real life was not an actor, he's a comedian. He's a stand-up comic in music hall, which is like vaudeville over there.
Right.
And he's a spritz comic. He's an insult comedian. He's like a waist-high Don Rickles. And seriously, he would just insult you. You could never deal with the guy because you couldn't get a joke in. He was just too funny. And an example, one of his running gags was he felt that it was an insult that he didn't get a chair with his name on it. And all the actors in the film did. So he found this rock in the Sahara Desert, this big flat rock, and he took a piece of adhesive tape and put his name in indelible ink, and he carried this rock every location we went on in Africa before the truck could even unload our chairs. Well, he would already be there with an umbrella, a little lemonade, some sunglasses, and sun oil. Say, oh, did your truck break down or what? So
Guinness is wonderful.
Well, that's it. We went one night to dinner with Sir Alec, and he's very reserved, kind of shy at first, but he has a sense of humor that really comes out, and he helped me get this guy. Because Tony Daniels, who played 3PO, said, tell Sir Alec what he told you. And I said, oh, yeah. Jack, who normally is always on, finally got serious one time, and he said, you know, I do joke a lot, but the truth of the matter is I am so in awe of Sir Alec Guinness. And I don't know what to say, because when I was a kid in London, I would go all over town on the bus to try and see one of his films. And I said, well, gee, didn't you meet him when we got on the charter airplane? And very seriously, he said, oh, yeah, he's a tremendous guy. When I got on the plane, he spoke to me straight away. He said, get out of my way. So I said, you little, I'm going to get you. And we told Guinness this. Now, Guinness chuckled, and he sort of stroked his beard. And we were in a big dining hall, and Jack, this little dwarf, was over holding court, big laughs at the dinner table. And Guinness leaned over to me and said, which small person is he? And I said, see that guy over my right shoulder? Now, fade out. 2 weeks later, we're in the desert again. It's complete open wilderness. Everywhere you can look. You can walk with your eyes closed and never fall down. And Jack is sitting on his rock reading his book. And Guinness started very slowly walking towards Jack, and I said, this is it. This is the day. And I kind of watched from the side. Guinness had the hood on, like that big sorcerer's hood, and he's really ominous looking. And he kept getting closer to Jack and closer to Jack. And Jack started like looking around and thinking, well, I'd better say something. So he was halfway off his rock to say hello. And Guinness pulled the hood back and said, get out of my way! Get out! And Jack, the blood dropped from his face, and he was shaking. He just looked all around because you could go anywhere and not bump into him. Well, Jack said to me, I have to hand it to you, when you play a practical joke, you get the best talented people in England.
That's funny. You can do the sequel too, I understand, right?
Yeah.
Star Wars. Okay. We'll return after this message from Sears, the men's store.
Burger Chef introduces Star Wars Fun Meals for your kids. A hamburger, french fries, and Coca-Cola. Imagine how much fun your kids will have. Star Wars Fun Meals. Collect all 7. Only at Burger Chef.
When Star Wars premiered in 1977, it received a mix of overwhelming praise and some skepticism from critics. Vincent Canby of the New York Times called it the most elaborate, most expensive, most beautiful movie serial ever made. He admired its production design and special effects, particularly the interior of the Death Star. However, Pauline Kael of the New Yorker was more critical, describing Star Wars as a comic book movie that lacked emotional grip. She found it exhausting, comparing it to taking a pack of kids to the circus. Despite some mixed reviews, The film quickly became a cultural phenomenon, proving that audience loved its spectacle, adventure, and groundbreaking effects.
That's entertainment!
Star Wars is a modern-day fairy tale, which I really like because it took me on an adventure. I really understood robot R2-D2's feelings when he was scared and when he was crying. I especially like the special effects, especially the moving monster chess figures. My favorite part was when the stars, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Han Solo, and Chewbacca the Wookiee were stuck in the garbage compactor, and just as they were going to be squished, the wall stopped moving. I liked the film, but there are some parts that were hard to understand, such as how a simple boy from the country can fly a spaceship and shoot a gun and hit right on target. And that Princess Leia was sure bossy. I'm Alvin Fitz from Toronto, and that's entertainment.
But for the real family entertainment at its most sublime, you'll have to wait till after Christmas when Star Wars opens in London. Even by the standards of Hollywood, a place where nothing succeeds like excess, Star Wars is a phenomenon. It only opened in America at the end of May, but already it's the biggest box office hit in cinema history, having grossed the best part of $200 million in the United States alone. Perhaps one important reason for this immense popularity is that it somehow combines elements of all the best-loved themes of romantic adventure, from the Arabian Nights to the Western, from the Knights of the Round Table to science fiction and space fantasy. Alec Guinness, as a sort of elderly space-age Sir Galahad, is the best-known actor in the film, the juvenile leads being played by Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, and Eddie Fisher's daughter Carrie as the kidnapped princess. But the real stars, I fancy, will turn out to be two robots, known as C-3PO and R2-D2. Ironically enough, Star Wars was turned down by two studios before 20th Century Fox agreed to back it without too much initial enthusiasm and with a comparatively modest budget of £6 million. Even more ironically, most of the spectacular sets and the live action scenes, which are about half the strength of the picture, were created by British technicians at Elstree Studios. But of course, none of the monstrous profits will come back to support our own local film industry. In fact, the overwhelming success of the picture surprised everybody, including Fox, the producer Gary Kurtz, and the director George Lucas. Had they been able to predict it, we should already be inundated with commercial spin-offs, such as toy models of R2-D2 and C-3PO. They won't be here in time for Christmas, but ray guns, spaceships, t-shirts, posters, and Star Wars wallpaper, bubble baths, and breakfast foods should be on the market pretty soon. As one Fox executive put it, it's not so much a film, it's more an industry. And the man chiefly responsible for both film and, by extension, industry is the writer and director George Lucas, who spent years writing and rewriting the script until he felt it was good enough to go into production. And the script, which is like everyone's nostalgic memory of glorious Saturday morning matinees, is quite as important to the overall film as the special effects. George Lucas is best known, or was until now, for American Graffiti, but I suppose the initial seed of Star Wars was sown in his first picture, a science fiction story called THX 1138. Made when he was a 27-year-old graduate of film school. It's really quite irritating to think that even while he was making that picture, George Lucas was already mulling over ideas for Star Wars. And now 5 years and only 2 films later, at the age of 32, he's so rich he need never work again. Oh, well, it's no good being jealous. He's a good director and deserves his success. Damn him.
So what we thought we'd do is take another look at Star Wars, which just now broke the United States box office record, which was once held by Gone with the Wind and then by Jaws. Star Wars goes into national re-release for the Christmas season, and for many people that'll be another chance to see those two wonderful non-human friends of ours, the robots R2-D2 and C-3PO. Here we see them in a planetary wasteland. The movie is supposed to be set millions and millions of years ago in a galaxy far away, but every time I see it, R2-D2 and C-3PO somehow remind me of Laurel and Hardy. In any event, they may only be robots, but they're the two most sympathetic characters in the film, and it took great special effects to create them. And that's another thing Star Wars and Close Encounters have in common. Real magic of combining animation, models, double, triple exposures, and all the other tricks of the special effects trade. Look, for example, at this sensational battle in outer space. Boom! So there you have it. Your basic intergalactic warfare as the heroic princess is snatched away from the Death Star by the intrepid space buccaneers. And what's the meaning of it all? Who knows and who cares? Star Wars became the new box office champion by providing pure 100% escapist entertainment. It's one of those rare movies that seems to play to every sort of audience, Gene, and bring out the kid in all of us.
You know, I've seen the picture 3 times, and that sequence more than that. And every time I see that little fighting sequence, I think I figured out the secret of at least that chunk of the movie, and that is, that looks exactly like what happens at a pinball game that kids love. We're seeing things blow up, and I think the way this movie is shot different ways, quick action like that, it's like you're putting every person as a pinball player who walks into the theater.
Maybe that's why people can see it a dozen times or 24 times, because it doesn't matter that you know the story. You still have the sound and light, the effects, the explosions, the dogfight in outer space. It's just a never-ending visual delight. I think it's a movie that will last for years.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is it's so successful and so mindless fun that I hope Hollywood doesn't forget that there are people who like to see serious pictures too.
R2-D2, hurry up.
Hello, welcome to Burger Chef.
We'd like a Star Wars poster, please.
I knew it. Well, all you do is buy a large serving of Coca-Cola for 49 cents, and the poster's yours.
R2, look, it's us. R2, I think we'd better leave.
Collect all 4 Star Wars posters, only at Burger Chef.
Silver and they turn one to silver. I'll go back in the line.
That Mercedes.
The people in this crowd will soon be among almost 40,000 who have seen a new science fiction movie at North Park Cinema 2. The movie is called Star Wars, and since it opened here 9 days ago, capacity crowds have filled the 1,100 seats in the theater almost daily. In only 9 days, Star Wars has grossed more money than any movie in Dallas history, although the manager of the theater will not yet release the exact amount of profits. Star Wars has been a good luck charm for theaters throughout the country. The movie made $2.6 million nationally during the first 3 days it played. Although lines at North Park Cinema stretched to more than a half-mile long and the movie cost $3.75 a person, no one tonight seemed to mind the crowds. Why are you waiting in such a long line to see a movie?
Well, we've just been looking forward to seeing it. We've waited about a week. We were hoping the lines would kind of diminish, but we just kind of wanted to see it tonight. We're pretty enthusiastic about space program and things along that nature.
Well, I'm a real science fiction fan. I've got hundreds of science fiction books at home, and I think this is going to be a science fiction classic.
The distributors of the family science fiction movie, 20th Century Fox, have been near the top of the New York Stock Exchange during the past week because of Star Wars box office success. If the movie continues to draw the crowds and money it has during these early weeks, the North Park theater manager says Star Wars will go on to break all existing motion picture records. Karen Parfit, The Texas News.
And finally this evening, if you don't know what a 100-year-old Wookiee is, he or it is seen here on the left, chances are you're going to find out. Douglas Kiker reports.
Star Wars. It is more than just a successful movie, it is a box office phenomenon. The film is breaking attendance records all over the country. Not since Jaws have so many people stood in line to see a movie. Alan Ladd Jr., an executive at 20th Century Fox, whose film it is, talked about the reasons for its appeal.
I think it's just good and evil. The simplicity of the whole story is what really makes it work. It's a fantasy, and I think we all grew up in a fantasy world, and I think that it works on that level.
Star Wars cost $9 million to produce. It will bring in at least 10 times that amount. As a result, the price of 20th Century Fox stock has doubled in the last 2 weeks. There are no sex scenes in Star Wars. Unlike Jaws, it doesn't frighten people. It's just an old-fashioned cowboy movie set in space with mind-boggling special effects. In the classic westerns, It's the good guys versus the bad guys, sometimes a pair of good guys, one experienced and a little cynical, the other a tenderfoot, a kid.
I got him! Great, Jim! Don't get cocky!
In Star Wars, their names are Han Solo and Luke Skywalker. The bad guys always are a rough, tough, sinister-looking bunch. And never more so than in Star Wars. The damsel in distress. That's Princess Leia, who is held captive by the bad guys. Sometimes the good guys have a sidekick who provides the comic relief.
Come on.
In Star Wars, the sidekicks are two robots. And Chewbacca, who somehow knows how to pilot a spaceship. The climax of every good cowboy movie is the final showdown between the good guys and the bad guys. The only difference in Star Wars is that the characters ride spaceships instead of horses.
I'll be right there.
A cowboy movie set in space. That's Star Wars. It's old-fashioned, escapist entertainment, pure and simple, with no moral, no message. And it appears this is what just about everybody in the country is in the mood for. Douglas Kiker, NBC News, Washington.
And that's it for this evening. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, good night for NBC News.
Have you seen Star Wars? Remember that scene when Luke Skywalker lassos that thing and the princess kisses him and they swing off together? Oh, okay. The real reason I'm here is to tell you Magic Market's got Star Wars cups with all the stars' pictures on them. To get one, just buy a Snowbiz made with Coca-Cola for 49 cents. Oh, boy, that tastes good. Oh, hey, yeah. Do you remember the fight with the laser swords when Darth Vader meets Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Now that most parents are beginning to think seriously about the toys they're going to get their kids for Christmas, they'll find science fiction toys are being pushed hard. A lot of that is due to the success of the movie Star Wars, but that's also causing problems.
Star Wars has beamed in on the psyche of America's children and is compelling Santas across the nation to reach for their wallets as Christmas approaches.
What do you want for Christmas?
What many kids want are toys inspired by the movie. Official Star Wars toys are produced by the Kenner Company of Cincinnati, and in toy stores now are such Kenner items as Star Wars games and puzzles. But the typical red-blooded outer-spaced American kid wants to find the personnel of the movie under the Christmas tree.
Star Wars figures. R2-D2. Chewbacca, Luke, and Princess Leia. They're the Star Wars Early Bird set of figures. These 4 action figures are not yet available, but this Star Wars Early Bird certificate package is in stores.
Great, huh, kids? Yep, but you can't have them. Not now and not at Christmas time. Although there are plenty of science fiction figurines in the stores, and although some of them look like the Star Wars characters, the official Kenner Star Wars models are still in production in the Orient and won't be ready for several months. But Kenner has found a solution of sorts. Christmas morning, millions of American youngsters will look under the tree and find cardboard folders containing a certificate worth 4 Star Wars models. No laser gun is provided to help open the cardboard folder, a project that could take months. Here are the directions. Instruction number 3 tells you to mail in the certificate. Instruction number 4 tells you to set up the display stand for the Star Wars figures. And instruction number 5 tells you that between February 1st and June 1st, 1978, you'll receive your set of 4 figures. By then, of course, the stage set is likely to be shredded cardboard, and Mom and Dad are likely to be a little tired of hearing the youngsters say, "Have they come yet?" And they'll be ready for a little outer galactic solitude. Stephen Gear, ABC News, somewhere in Toyland.
Star Wars. You and your children loved it. Now the Earthlings at Kenner have asked my associate and me to present the Star Wars collection. Truly remarkable toys and games for your children. What are you so excited about now? My goodness, the Star Wars TIE Fighter and X-Wing Fighter. Now your children can relive our great space battles or collect our wonderful Star Wars companions with Kenner's Star Wars action figures. R2, it's a little you. Kenner's new radio-controlled R2-D2 anyone can command. Ah, the Star Wars land speeder that moves like it's floating. And here's Kenner's Death Star space station. 4 floors of action. A trash compactor, too. Listen, R2. That's the Star Wars electronic laser battle, a game of speed, reflex, and reaction. These and other toys and games in Kenner's Star Wars collection are sold separately. Batteries are not included. May the Force be with you and your children.
Star Wars figures. R2-D2. Chewbacca, Luke, and Princess Leia. They're the Star Wars Early Bird set of figures. These action figures are not yet available, but this Star Wars Early Bird certificate package is in stores with this colorful Star Wars picture display stand and certificate to send in to get a set of figures by mail. They'll be sent to you at home between February 1st and June 1st. The Star Wars Early Bird certificate package, new from Kenner.
From Kenner's Star Wars collection, each sold separately. Large-sized Darth Vader with his lightsaber. Princess Leia, champion of the rebel cause. With her defender, Luke Skywalker. You can swing him into action on his grappling hook. And load Chewbacca's laser crossbow. Star Wars large-size action figures. Up to 15 inches tall and ready for action. Large-size Darth Vader, Chewbacca, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, each sold separately from Kenner.
It's Star Wars radio-controlled R2-D2. 2 9-volt and 2 C alkaline batteries not included. You can make R2-D2 move, beep, and flash his light by wireless radio control.
Hey, let me try it.
You can make R2 move forward,
Look out, Dad!
backward, turn, and beep.
Hurry, turn, Dad!
Radio-controlled R2-D2 from the Star Wars collection by Kenner.
Escape pod landing. Where am I?
It's the new Star Wars Land of the Jawas that you put together. Action figures sold separately. You can move the action lever and make the Jawa capture R2-D2.
R2, are you all right? What are they doing to you?
You can raise the elevator and make R2-D2 disappear into the sandcrawler.
Hang on, R2. I'm right behind you. Me too.
Kenner's new Star Wars Land of the Jawas. Action figures each sold separately. New Star Wars radio-controlled Jawa sandcrawler.
Let's find some droids.
2 9-volt and 2 D batteries not included.
The Jawa's got the Death Star droid.
Action figures sold separately.
Up the elevator. He's in.
By radio control, you can make the sandcrawler travel almost any direction by going forward, backward, then forward again.
Now to find more droids.
Star Wars radio-controlled Jawa sandcrawler. Action figures each sold separately. New from Kenner. It's the new Star Wars Land Speeder.
Wow, looks like it's floating. The sand people are coming. It's up to Luke Skywalker and his land speeder to get us out.
Action figures each sold separately. The Land Speeder has a snap-open space hatch, and Star Wars action figures R2-D2 and C-3PO fit right in back.
Hurry, they're dancing. Activate spring glide wheels. The Force goes with us. Yeah.
Kenner's new Star Wars Land Speeder. Action figures each sold separately. The Luke Skywalker X-Wing Pilot from the Star Wars Action Figures collection, each sold separately.
I'm Jawa. Want to buy a droid? Show me what you got.
It's R5-D4 and the Power Droid.
Sold.
And here's Greedo, Han Solo, and Walrus Man.
You've had it now, Solo. Yeah. Greedo, it's Ben Kenobi and his lightsaber. We're in trouble. Let's get out of here.
Luke Skywalker X-Wing Pilot, R5-D4, Greedo, and other action figures sold separately from Kenner.
Nagamaru.
It's the Star Wars Creature Cantina that you put together. Action figures each sold separately. You can make them move on revolving discs with the action lever. You can even make them fall.
Gotcha, Hammerhead. Got him. I told you not to follow me, Greedo. You owe us money, Han Solo. You're not going to collect this time. Wow, what a weird place.
Kenner's new Star Wars Creature Cantina. Action figures sold separately. Now from Kenner's Star Wars collection, it's the Patrol Dewback action figures sold separately.
Let's find the droids. Do that. Hide, R2.
You can imagine you're a stormtrooper on the Patrol Dewback, searching for R2-D2 and C-3PO.
Look both ways, Dewback.
By moving his tail, you can make Dewback's head turn left and right. You can move his legs, too.
He found us. Good work, Dewback.
The new Star Wars Patrol Dewback from the Star Wars collection. Action figures each sold separately by Kenner.
Kenner's Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back collection, it's Millennium Falcon that you put together. Batteries not included.
Nice landing, Han Solo. Uh-oh, come on, Chewbacca. Stormtroopers are coming.
Action figures each sold separately.
Got them on radar. I'll fire the laser cannon.
There's even a hidden storage hatch.
Ready for takeoff. Jump to light speed. We're gone. On to the Death Star.
Millennium Falcon from Kenner's Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back collection. Action figures each sold separately.
Here's the new Star Wars Death Star space station that you put together. Action figures each sold separately.
Darth Vader's firing a laser cannon. It's been hit. He's after Luke. Take the elevator. Hurry. Now cross the light bridge. You won't escape me. Jump, Luke. Oh, no. The trash compactor. There's a trash monster. The wall's closing. Save.
Kenner's new Star Wars Death Star space station. Action figures each sold separately.
Let's get out of here, Han Solo. Careful, Luke Skywalker.
Introducing Death Star World. 2 play sets in 1. New from Star Wars Micro Collection line. 14 die-cast figures and action poses included.
Death Star escape has an elevator and a cannon that explodes. Wow! It connects to the Death Star compactor. It's you and me, Ben Kenobi. What's this? Oh, no! The wall! Run for it! Beat it!
Death Star World from Star Wars Micro Collection line. Play sets also sold separately. Figures included. New from Kenner.
It's Darth Vader, watch out! And he's got a lightsaber.
It's Kenner's new Star Wars action figures, each sold separately.
I got you now, Ben Kenobi.
With R2-D2 and C-3PO. There's even Chewbacca and Han Solo.
Someone's coming, Chewie. Who's there? It's Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker. Now I know the Force is with us.
Darth Vader, R2-D2, C-3PO, and other Kenner Star Wars action figures, each sold separately.
TIE Fighter attack! Sound battle alert!
It's Millennium Falcon. You have to put it together. And an Imperial TIE Fighter. Batteries for each not included.
Fire laser! Secure the ship! Let's get out of here!
Ships and Han Solo action figure all sold separately.
He's on my tail! Hang on! Uh-oh! The international! Stop! Yeah!
Imperial TIE Fighter, Millennium Falcon, and action figure all sold separately from Kenner's Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back collection.
Imperial TIE Fighter, attack! X-Wing spotted at base! I'm in for a dogfight!
Imperial TIE Fighter and X-Wing Fighter, new from Star Wars Micro Collection line, each sold separately.
He's in my sight! Got me! I've been hit! I'm crashing! They're built for heavy battle action. They go right back together again. And each ship comes with a die-cast figure. The sky is where we belong!
Imperial TIE Fighter and X-Wing Fighter from Star Wars Micro Collection line, each sold separately. Figures included, new from Kenner.
From Kenner's Star Wars collection, the new Darth Vader TIE Fighter.
Careful, Luke! We've got company!
X-Wing Fighter and action figure sold separately. Batteries not included.
He's on our tail, Luke!
Darth Vader's TIE Fighter has flashing light, action sound.
Luke's force is strong, but we've got him now. Oh, no, you don't. We've lost our solar panels. Perfect hit! I'll be back.
Kenner's new Star Wars Darth Vader TIE Fighter. X-Wing Fighter and action figure each sold separately.
Darth Vader TIE Fighter! On patrol! They got my solar panels!
From the Star Wars collection, batteries not included. And when you see the Star Wars movie at participating theaters, you get Kenner's Cash Refund Booklet, good for refund coupons from 50 cents up to $2 each on 14 different Star Wars toys. Offer expires December 31st, 1979. Void where prohibited. Booklet has details. Star Wars Darth Vader TIE Fighter, new from Kenner. Here's the Star Wars X-Wing Fighter and the Star Wars TIE Fighter. Spaceships and Luke Skywalker sold separately. Batteries not included.
I'll get you this time, Luke. Reactivate X-Wings.
Both with flashing lights and sound.
A hit! There go the solar panels. And Darth Vader got away. Force is with me. Luke Skywalker wins again.
Kenner's Star Wars X-Wing Fighter, TIE Fighter, and action figures all sold separately.
I'm after the Death Star plans.
Kenner's Star Wars large-size action figures sold separately with movable arms and legs. C-3PO, R2-D2, Han Solo and the Stormtrooper.
You'll never find the planned Stormtrooper.
You can push R2-D2's secret button to open his hidden compartment.
Plans are safe and the Stormtrooper's gone. Thanks, Han. I didn't get this medal for nothing.
Large-size Stormtrooper, R2-D2, C-3PO, Han Solo, each sold separately from Kenner.
I need another leg. bag.
It's Kenner's new Star Wars Droid Factory that you put together to make your own droids. Jawa action figures sold separately.
Hey, I made R2-D2.
You can make your own droids or follow the droid maker blueprints. By switching different tops, arms, and legs, you can make hundreds of droids, up to 5 at a time. The movable crane swings parts where you need them. You can even make droids with wheels.
Gotcha.
The Star Wars Droid Factory. Jawa action figures sold separately. New from Kenner. It's the Star Wars Imperial Troop Transporter that you put together. Batteries not included. Stormtrooper sold separately.
What's that? It's my troop transporter. It makes 5 more sounds, too.
R2-D2, where are you?
There's the laser cannon, stun gun, and stormtrooper.
Did he say that?
Oh, Dad.
Star Wars Imperial Troop Transporter. Stormtrooper sold separately. New from Kenner.
From Kenner's Star Wars collection comes the Stormtrooper, the Sand People, and all 20 action figures, including new Hammerhead, Snaggletooth, and more, each sold separately. And now, Boba Fett, Star Wars villain, with his laser rifle. Boba Fett is not yet available in stores, but you can get him free with 4 proofs of purchase from any Star Wars action figures. Details on specially marked packs at participating stores. Offer ends May 31st. Star Wars action figures sold separately from Kenner.
From Kenner, it's the Star Wars mini action figure collector's case. Action figures sold separately. The collector's case holds 24 Star Wars action figures, like Stormtrooper, R5-D4, and Snaggletooth. It comes with 2 plastic trays to keep them in, or you can turn the trays over and display all your figures in action poses. You can pack up Star Wars action figures and take them with you.
The Star Wars Mini Action Figure Collector's Case. Action figures each sold separately from Kenner. It's the new Star Wars lightsaber from Kenner. Inflation required, batteries not included. You can pretend you have powers when you switch on Kenner's Star Wars lightsaber.
Ready to feel the Force? Yeah! Switch on your Star Wars lightsabers, close your eyes, and go! I got it! Me too! Zap! You passed the test! The Force is with you!
The Star Wars lightsaber, new from Kenner. Balloons not included. It's the Star Wars X-Wing Aces target game.
Instruments check! Attack! Attack! TIE fighters, get him, Luke! Nice going! Got it! Good shot, kid! You got him! Good score, kid! Time's running out! The Force, Luke! Use the Force! I'm an ace! Don't get cocky, Ace! It's my turn!
The Star Wars X-Wing Aces target game, new from Kenner's Star Wars collection.
Kenner proudly presents Star Wars Electronic Battle Command, the computerized space battle game.
Enemy scan on. I see you. Battle stations.
Red alert!
Star Wars Electronic Battle Command has computer scanners, force units, invisible shields.
Fire!
3 levels of play, basic, intermediate, and advanced.
My TIE fighter's hit.
Hey, Dad, let's play the basic game. You always get carried away.
Star Wars Electronic Battle Command from Kenner.
It's the Star Wars Electronic Laser Battle Game. Battery not included.
It's set to Sonic Speed 3!
Ready? Go! You can play it alone or with a friend. If you hit your buttons first, you move yourself forward. Or your opponent backward. But if you jump the signal, it's a flash ahead for the other guy. First to light up Death Star wins.
Yay! I win!
The Star Wars Electronic Laser Battle Game. It's a game with lights and sounds. New from Kenner's Star Wars collection.
Oh, boy! I've reached Millennium Falcon. The Force is with you.
You too can play the space fantasy Star Wars game, Escape from Death Star. Be the first to help Luke and Leia, Han Solo, and Chewbacca escape from the garbage dump and reach the safe Rebel base. The Force can also be against you.
Back to the trash compactor.
You spin to get past TIE fighters.
I win! All right!
Escape from Death Star. It comes complete with everything you see here. New from Kenner, from the Star Wars collection.
I'm Darth Vader. I'll beat you to the finish. I've got Luke, R2-D2, Chewbacca, and all the good guys. I've got the Force. I've got the Force.
It's the blazing power of the new Star Wars SSP van set with features like headers, mag wheels, custom grills, and space-age graphics.
Yeah! The good guys finish first. Till next time.
The Star Wars SSP van set by Kenner comes with everything here. Each van also sold separately.
スター・ウォーズの R2D2 をスーパーコントロール。スーパーコントロールとは超音波操縦のこと。パワフルな6つのアクション。宝のスーパーコントロール R2D2。
スター・ウォーズの R2D2。のこのこ R2D2。スター・ウォーズののこのこ R2D2。
Star Wars. It's great in the arcade. Whoa! TIE fighters! Fireballs! Coming right at me! Watch the laser towers. Aim for the tops. Pick on the capitals. Use the force. They're coming too fast! It's way! It's way! My shields are gone! All right! I'm going in!
Oh, some game, huh?
Some game!
In a galaxy of video games, there is only one. Star Wars, the arcade.
Hey, CBS, what's coming on?
Friday, blast off to a galaxy far, far away. It's the Star Wars Holiday Special, starring all your Star Wars favorites. Will Chewbacca get home to his planet in time for the big Wookiee holiday celebration? Watch and find out. Then on Flying High, the girls put it on and take it off.
You know what?
What?
I don't think either one of us is going to get much sleep tonight.
Join us for a Far Out Friday, beginning at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
You're on.
Tomorrow on CBS.
Burger King presents 4 bright, colorful Star Wars glasses.
Hey, it's Luke Skywalker.
And the princess.
Gee, wow!
Get your kids a different Star Wars glass each week. Buy a regular serving of Coke for 59 cents plus tax. Get Chewbacca. Get Darth Vader. R2-D2 and C-3PO.
What mission? What are you talking about?
We can get all 4.
Star Wars glasses at Burger King until February 2nd.
But before you go,
No, Aldron, it's peaceful. We have no weapons.
You would prefer another target, a military target? Then name name it now, before I go home in distress.
Here's where the fun begins.
Well, how long?
4-1-2, take 2. Oh. 3 cameras. Alright. Action. Drop!
Huh?
You can start with that earphone down.
Yeah.
Line. Action.
You!
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Glad you were here to see it. Now let's get some distance before that thing goes... Now let's get some distance before that thing goes supernova. How do you pronounce supernova? What inflection? Supernova or supernova?
Action! Okay, look at the door. Okay, cut. Hold your positions. 744, take 1 A and B cameras. Okay. No. Keep moving down, fellas, quickly. Do the doors.
Commander Lozan.
This ship carries the crest of Alderaan. Was there any of the royal family on board? Who were you carrying?
Okay. 16, take 9. And action!
Where is the data you intercepted? What have you done with those information tapes?
We intercepted no information. This is a consular ship, didn't you see the markings? We're on a diplomatic mission.
Where are those tapes?
Only the commander knows that.
This ship carries the crest of Alderaan. Was there any of the royal family on board? Who were you carrying?
82, take 5.
Action.
Well, there we are. Mos Eisley's spaceport. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
I'm ready for anything.
211, take 3, guide track. Action! Plate 228, take 6. And action.
Yeah, I was just on the way to see your boss. Tell Jabba I've got his money.
That's what you said yesterday. But it's too late. I'm not going back to Jabba with another one of your stories.
Yes, but this time I've got the money.
Then I'll take it now.
I don't have it with me. Tell Jabba
It's too late, I think. Jabba would rather have your ship.
over my dead body.
That's the idea, Solo. Now you will come outside with me. Or must I finish it in here?
I don't think they'd like another killing in here.
They'd hardly notice. Get up. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Yes, I'll bet you have.
Okay, cut. Okay, that was great.
Say 228, take 7, pick up.
Turn over. Action.
I don't think they'd like another killing in here.
They'd hardly notice. Get up. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Yes, I'll bet you have.
Marker 626, take 2 cameras.
Okay, action! Keep to Jan. And go! Keep going, clear the corridor! Now, Jack! Keep in the doorway!
106, take 4.
Action.
That old man's mad.
You said it, Chewie. Boy, where'd you dig up that old fossil? Yeah, great at getting us into trouble.
I didn't hear you give any ideas. Look, a minute ago you said you didn't want to just wait here and be captured. Now all you want to do is stay?
Marching into the detention area is not what I had in mind.
But they're gonna kill her!
Better her than me.
No, hon. I've seen her. She's so beautiful.
So is life.
Take 263, take 2. And action!
There she is.
C3 do you copy?
I'll read you, sir.
Are you safe?
For the moment, we're in the hangar across from the ship.
We're right above you, stand by.
You came in that thing? Oh, God, you're braver than I thought.
Nice. Come on.
And action! Get back to the ship!
Where are you going? Come back!
Just do one thing for me. Certainly has courage.
Great! What good is it going to do us if he gets himself killed? Come on.
Take 271, take 3, pick up. 2 cameras.
Go. In you go, fire. And smoke up. Too much. Let it die a bit. And action!
Here they come. For luck. We're gonna need it.
478, take 1. Just take...
Yes. And action.
Your car is a recall man. You should not have come back.
You can't win, Darth. If my blade should find its mark, you will cease to exist. And I warn you, if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
7, take 1. 3 cameras. Good luck. Right. Action! Take 468, take 3. 2 cameras. Action!
No!
Take 469, take 1. 3 cameras. And action!
No!
Take 469, take 1. 3 cameras. And action!
No!
Come on!
go when ready.
Am I blocking him if I get you?
No, that's the way across.
Well, it checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It just ain't there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's completely contaminated. Look at those radiation readouts. That's it there. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's totally blown away. It would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do that. If the Empire had a new weapon that was capable of doing that, I'd have heard about it. I'd know something.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move. We haven't much time.
Well, I brought you here. Now what?
We have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
The bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm not taking you on an impossible search across the galaxy. I was hired to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my other 5,000. You're on your own. I'll let you off in the nearest system.
You can't. Look, we've come this far. We must find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Well, who's going to pay me?
I think there's some things we should talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. Well, how much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. If this robot has information related to the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want, huh? This begins to interest me.
Hans, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we'll be able to find someone willing to take the risk.
Oh, all right. You got yourself a ship. But where do we go from here? I mean, they've taken her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to get to the rebels before she breaks? The Empire already beat us here.
She's part of the royal family. They won't get any information from her. She knows the art of mind control. Still, she is our only link between us and the hidden bases.
You're saying that we should follow them?
No, I didn't say that, but it appears to be a logical alternative.
No, that's impossible. They're in Alderaan. Nobody dares venture near the Alderaan system. Listen, I'm freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship, son.
Maybe the fact that no one would venture there voluntarily could work to our advantage. They probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt if the actual security there is much greater than on Aquilai or Sullus, and what there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault.
This is not a game, you know.
Well, how many more systems have to get blown away before you have no place to hide and are forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intentions. I'll take the reward.
Fear is their greatest weapon.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay, good.
Hi.
All right.
I want you to hang around a little bit, Harrison. Drink more for you.
No, I mean, it's impossible. No one would venture anywhere near Alderaan. I'm a freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're aboard the wrong ship, son.
Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us.
There's only one Wookiee in the show, though, right?
Okay, anytime you want.
Well, all the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, and I think that we're due the reward that you offered. Can we start again? Forgive me, I was not quite ready.
We are still. Can we just start?
Yeah.
Well, all the databanks in R2 are still secure.
Then I think that we're due the reward that you offered, and I trust it'll be substantial considering what we've been through.
Now look, when R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, then you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so important?
Okay, the plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Now, our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we'll do from the data I stored in R2. Okay, now we captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety, so I hid it in R2 and sent him off.
Well, where are you taking us now?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They'll follow us. They let us go. They're gonna follow us. They'll destroy your hidden bases.
Yeah.
They'll destroy the whole system.
Right, I know they'll follow, and they'll bring the Death Star too. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Right? Hiding is useless now. Look, with the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they've found us. So we have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there's still time.
Okay, great. Terrific. All right.
But was she okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to see the same thing. Oh,
I just kidding. Where are you taking us now?
okay.
Wait a sec, do I have to sit up to get her in the right?
Okay.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, then I think we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it'll be substantial considering what we've been through already.
Well, when R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we shall determine from the data I've stored in R2. We captured the plans on a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety. So I hid it in this... So I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They let us go. They're gonna follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They'll destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow, and they'll bring the Death Star. Our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they have found us. We have no alternative but to process this information and use it while there's still time. Do you like the shit in the middle of that one?
You want to do another one?
Yes.
Where you really throw it away and it's not so intense.
Okay. All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, then I think that we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it'll be substantial considering what we've been through already.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle system with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we shall determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety. So I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They let us go. They're gonna follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They'll destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow, and they'll bring the Death Star. Our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they have found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there is still time.
Smile at the camera and say your name and your age.
Hi, Lisa Eilbacher, age 19.
19?
Ah. Is that it? Oh.
All right, Robert.
Checks out again, there's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it, it just ain't there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's completely contaminated. Look at those radiation readouts, that's it there. I've never seen anything like it. It's impossible. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten there first.
The planet's completely destroyed. It would have taken 1,000 starships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do something like that. If the Empire had a new weapon that was capable of doing this, I'd know about it. I'd have heard something.
Well, now you know. The enemy is on the move, and we haven't much time.
Well, look, I brought you here. Now what?
Well, we find the rebels. I mean, what we're carrying belongs to them.
Their bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire can't find them. You know where they are?
No.
No.
Well, not anymore.
Well, I'm not going to take you on an impossible search across the galaxy. I was hired to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my other 5,000, I'll let you off on the nearest system.
You can't. We've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, one of the reasons...
Yeah?
We don't have your other 5,000.
What? Well, who's going to pay me?
I think there are a few things we ought to talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million, at least. I mean, if that robot is carrying any information regarding to the destruction of Organa Minor, Organa Major, then you can name your own price.
Anything I want, huh? Begins to interest me.
Maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone who's willing to take the risk.
All right. You got yourself a ship. But where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to get to the rebels before she cracks? The Empire beat us here.
She's a member of the royal family. They can't get any information out of her. She knows the art of mind control. But, she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Oh, you mean we should follow her?
I didn't say that. But it seems a logical alternative.
But she's on Alderaan. No, that's impossible. Don't you understand? Nobody dares venture near the Alderaan system. I'm a freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship, son.
Maybe. Just maybe the fact that nobody would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably would never think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest defense. Why? I doubt if the security on Aquila or Sullust is great, even greater, and even if it is, it's probably geared towards large-scale assault.
This is not a game, you know?
Hey, how many more systems have to get blown apart before, and you have no more places to hide, and you're forced to fight? I mean, what do you think is going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intentions. I'll take the reward.
Fear is their greatest weapon.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Shit.
Slick shit.
Want to do another one?
Yes, please.
Fine. Okay.
Checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it just ain't there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's completely contaminated. That's it there on the radiation readouts. Look at that. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like that.
The Empire must have gotten there first.
The planet's completely destroyed. It would have taken 1,000 starships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do something like that. If the Empire had a new weapon that was capable of doing that, I'd know about it. I've heard some.
Well, now you know. The enemy is on the move, and we haven't much time.
Well, look, I brought you here. Now what?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Their bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No.
No.
Not anymore.
Well, I'm not going to take you on an impossible journey across the galaxy. I was hired to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my other 5,000, I'll let you off on the nearest system.
Hey, you can't. You can't do that. I mean, we've got to find them. We've come this far.
Why?
Well, one of the reasons, we don't have your other 5,000.
Well, who's going to pay me?
I think there are a few things we ought to talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million. $1 million at least. If that robot is carrying anything that has to do with the destruction of Organa Major, you can name your reward.
Anything I want, huh? This begins to interest me.
Maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone willing to take the risk.
No. It's all right. It's all right. You got yourself a ship. But where do we go from here? They've taken her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to get to the rebels before she cracks? The Empire already beat us here.
She's a member of the royal family. They won't get any information out of her. She knows the art of mind control. But she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Oh, you think we should follow her?
I didn't say that. But that is a logical alternative.
Oh, no. She's on Alderaan. That's impossible. Nobody dares venture near the Alderaan system. I'm freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship, son.
Hey. Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
That's it. Fear. Fear is their greatest defense. Why, I doubt if their security is any greater on Aquila or Celeste. And even if it is, I mean, it's probably geared towards mass assault.
This is not a game, you know.
Look, how many more systems have to get blown apart before you have to hide and come out of hiding and forced to fight? I mean, don't you realize what's going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intentions. Save the reward for me.
Fear is their greatest defense.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Look at the camera, Robbie, and say your name and your age.
Robbie Benson, age 20.
When were you 20?
Today.
And started and did it? All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, then I think that we ought to have the reward that you're talking about. And I hope it'll be substantial considering what we've been through already.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward.
What?
You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system.
Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety, so I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
Yeah, and now where are you taking us?
The fourth moon of Yavin.
Fourth moon of Yavin.
I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
Don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They're going to destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow. And they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use.
Am I out of your shot?
It's okay. So we need you once you're ready.
Okay.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, and I think we ought to have the reward you were talking about. And I hope it'll be substantial, considering what we've been through already.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. But we captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards. But we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety, so I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now?
Fourth moon of Yavin.
Fourth moon of Yavin.
I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
You have. Don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They're going to destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow.
You know.
And they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. But hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they'll continue to go on destroying systems until they found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there's still time.
Look at the camera and say your name and age.
Carrie Fisher, 19.
Okay. Okay, move on.
The databanks in the R2 unit are still secure.
Well, then I figure that we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it'll be substantial, considering what we've been through already.
When R2's been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. Got my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specification to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I fed to this R2 unit. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack, so I fed the data to the R2 unit and sent them off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
Fourth moon of Yavin.
Fourth moon of Yavin.
I gave the information to Chewbacca.
Don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They'll destroy the entire system. What?
I know they'll follow. And they'll bring the Death Star. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they'll keep destroying systems until they find us. Our only alternative is to process our information and use it while there's still time. All the data banks in the R2 unit are still secure.
Well, and I figure that we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it'll be substantial, considering what we've been through already.
When R2 is safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You've got my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I fed to this R2 unit. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyard, but we fell under attack before I could get the information to safety. So I fed it to this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
Fourth moon of Yavin. I fed the coordinates to Chewbacca.
Don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find out where your hidden bases are. They're going to destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow. And they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they find us. Our only alternative is to process our information and use it while there's still time.
Look at the camera and say your name and all.
Eddie Benton, 19 years old.
Okay, whatever.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Great. Well, then I figure we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it's going to be substantial, considering what we've been through already.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards. But we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety. So I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
Don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They're going to end up destroying the entire system.
I know they'll follow. And they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. It's useless trying to hide now. With the Death Star, they'll continue to destroy systems until they've found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there's still time. Thank you.
Okay.
All the data banks are. All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Great. Well, then I figure we're due the reward you offered. And I hope it'll be substantial, considering what we've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we'll determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety. So I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I gave the coordinates to Chewbacca.
You did? Well, don't you understand? They let us go. They're going to follow us. They want to find your hidden bases. They're going to end up destroying the entire system.
I know they'll follow. And they'll bring the Death Star, but our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they'll continue to destroy systems until they've found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there's still time.
Put the camera and stay.
Okay.
Well, it checks out. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organomajor?
I found it. It just ain't there.
Organomajor's been destroyed.
What's left of it's completely contaminated. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it. What's going on?
The enemy must have gotten here first.
The planet's completely blown away. Would have taken 1,000 starships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do something like that. If the Empire had a weapon that was capable of doing that, I'd heard about it. I'd know something.
Well, now you know. The enemy is on the move, and we haven't much time.
Well, what? I brought you here. Now what?
We have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Oh, great. Well, their bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No.
No.
Not anymore.
Well, I'm not taking you on a possible search across the galaxy. I was hired to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my other 5,000. I'll let you off on the nearest system.
You can't. We've come this far, and we must find them.
Why?
For one reason, I don't have your other 5,000.
What? Who's going to pay me?
I think there are some things we should talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. And if this robot knows anything related to the destruction of Organomajor, you'll be able to name any rewards you want.
Anything I like. It's interesting.
Maybe you should just drop us off at the nearest system. I'm sure we can find somebody who's willing to take the risk.
No, listen. You got yourself a ship. But where do we go from here? I mean, they've taken her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to connect with the rebels before she cracks? The Empire beat us here.
She's part of the royal family.
Yeah.
They're not going to get any information out of her. She knows the art of mind control. But she's our only link. Only link between us and the hidden bases.
Oh, you think we should follow them?
I didn't say that. But it does seem to be a logical alternative.
But wait a minute. She's on Alderaan. No. That's impossible. Nobody dares venture near the Alderaan system. Hey, I'm freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship.
Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't even think anyone would dare.
Don't you believe it?
I doubt if their security systems are any greater there than on Aculi or Sulist. And what there is probably directed toward a large-scale attack.
This is not a game, you know?
How many systems have to be blown away before you have no place to hide and you're going to be forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intentions. I'll take the reward.
Fear is their greatest defense.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Yes.
The camera and say your name here.
Andrew Stevens, age 20.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, it checks out again. There's no mistake. Well, you can't find Organomajor? Well, I found it. It's just not there. I mean, Organomajor has been destroyed? Well, what's left of it is contaminated. That's it there. Just look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it.
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's been completely blown away. Now, this would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. Well, if the Empire has some sort of new weapon that could do this, I'd have heard something. I'd know about it.
And, well, now you know. Now, the enemy's on the move, and we have got, well, very little time.
Yeah, well, look, I brought you here, so what now?
We'll just have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Yeah, their bases are very well hidden. And all the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are? No. Yeah, well, I'm not going to take you on any impossible search across the galaxy. Look, I was paid to bring you here, and now you're here. So I'm just going to take my other 5,000, and you're on your own.
Yeah, but you can't do this. Look, we've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
I think there's some things we should talk about.
You know, I'm not beginning to like you at all. You see the thing? How much do you think she's talking about anyway?
At least $1 million.
Yeah.
See, if this robot has any information related to the destruction of Organa Major, well, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You know, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can get somebody who can take the risk.
All right. All right, you got a ship. Well, where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the bases. I don't see how we can find the rebels before she breaks. I mean, the Empire has already beat us here.
Well, she's part of the royal family. Now, they won't get anything out of her. She knows the art of mind control. She still is the only link between us and the foreign bases.
Well, you mean we should go after her?
No, I wasn't thinking about that, but that's a good idea.
Oh, wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. It's impossible. Nobody ventures anywhere near the Alderaan system. Hey, I'm a freebooter. I'm not a revolutionary. You're aboard the wrong ship, son.
But maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. See, they probably don't think anybody would dare do it.
Don't you believe it?
But fear is the greatest defense. I doubt that that the actual security is much greater than an alkali or Sullust. And what is there is most likely directed toward large-scale assault.
This isn't a game, you know.
How many more systems do you want to get blown away before there's no place to hide and you are forced to fight? Do you know what's going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intention. And I'll take the reward.
Fear is the greatest defense.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay, cut. Good.
Will you change?
Running at speed?
Partners.
Okay.
I have no sync.
How do you?
I have sync now.
Okay.
Speed.
Scene 2, take 2. Okay.
Well, it checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It's just not there.
You know, Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left is contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it.
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's been completely blown away. Oh, this would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. If the Empire had some sort of new weapon that could do this, I'd have heard something. I'd know about it.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move and we haven't much time.
Yeah, well, I brought you here, so what now?
Well, we'll just have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Oh, their bases are very well hidden. I mean, all the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to take you on any impossible search across the galaxy. Look, I was only paid to bring you here, and now you're here. So I'll just take my other 5,000, and you're on your own. I'll leave you on the nearest system.
But you can't do this. Look, we've come this far. We must find them.
Why?
Well, for one thing, we don't have the other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
Well, I think there's some things we should talk about.
You know, I'm beginning not to like you. Okay, see the deal? How much do you think she's talking about anyway?
Oh, at least $1 million. See, if this robot has any information related to the destruction of Organa Major, well, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want. That's interesting.
You know, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we find somebody willing to take the risk.
All right, you got a ship. But where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the hidden bases. I don't see how we can find the rebels before she breaks. I mean, the Empire's already beat us here.
Yeah, but she's part of the royal family. They won't get anything out of her. She knows the art of mind control. But still, she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
What do you mean we should go after her?
I wasn't thinking about that, but that's a good idea.
Yeah, wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. It's impossible. Nobody, and I mean nobody, ventures anywhere near the Alderaan system. Hey, I'm a freebooter, kid. I'm not a revolutionary. I'm sorry you got the wrong ship.
And maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. And you probably don't think anybody would dare try.
Yeah, don't you believe it?
No, fear is their greatest weapon. Now, I doubt if the actual security there is much greater than on Alkali or Sullust. And what is there is most likely directed toward large-scale assault.
This isn't a game, you know.
Well, how many more systems you want to get blown away before there's no place to hide and you are forced to fight? Do you know what's going on?
Okay, you take all the glory and the good intentions. And I'll take the reward.
Fear is the greatest weapon.
No, I'm not afraid. If anything.
Okay, cut. Good.
You roll here.
Roll.
Speed.
Speed.
3, take 1.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
And I think we're due the reward you offered. And it had better be pretty substantial after what we've gone through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you will get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's that little droid carrying around that's so blasted important?
That little droid is carrying around the plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Oh, Christ.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Cut. Speed.
3, take 2.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
And I think we're due the reward you offered. And it had better be pretty substantial after what we've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you will get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's that little droid carrying that's so blasted important?
That little droid is carrying the plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I've stored in R2. Look, you see, we captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyard, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety. So I stored it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
So where are you taking us to now anyway?
To the fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
Well, they let us go. They're tracking us. They want to find your bases so they can destroy the system.
I know they'll follow us, and they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Look, with the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems until they found us. We have no alternative but to process the information and use it while there's still time.
Your force, but I ended up deciding to get drafted. I figured I'd go into the worst of it.
He's wrong. Where are we shooting from?
We are shooting. Oh.
Yeah, I can move this forward. I don't understand. Is this camera rolling?
Really for Kurt anyway, so
okay.
I'll go through
Scene
it.
4, take 1.
Okay. Shooting from everywhere.
Okay.
Making early. Okay, action.
No, it checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
Well, I found it. It's just not there.
Organa Major's been destroyed.
What's left of it is contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it.
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet has been completely blown away. This would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. Well, if the enemy had some kind of new weapon that could do this, I'd have heard about it. I'd know something.
Well, now you know. Look, the enemy's on the move. We don't have much time.
Yeah, well, look, I brought you here. So now what?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Well, their bases are very well hidden. And all the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Well, I'm not going to take you on any impossible search across the galaxy. Look, I was only paid to get you here, and you're here, so I'll just take my other 5,000, and I'll be on my way, and you're on your own. I'll lead you on the nearest system.
Oh, no, you can't. We've come this far. We have to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
I think there's some things we need to talk about.
No, I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about anyway?
Oh, $1 million at least. At least. If this robot has any information relating to the destruction of Organa Major, I'm sure you'll be able to name your price.
Anything I want. That's interesting.
Well, look, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone willing to take the risk.
You got a ship. Where do we go from here? It probably took her to find the hidden bases. I don't see how we can possibly find the rebels before she breaks. And the Empire has already beaten us here.
Yeah, well, she's part of the royal family. They won't get anything out of her. She knows the power of mind control. But she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Well, you think we should go after her?
I didn't say that, but it does appear to be a logical alternative.
Wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. No, it's impossible. Nobody goes anywhere near the Alderaan system. Hey, I'm a freebooter, kid. I'm not a revolutionary. You board the wrong ship.
Oh, wait a second. Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't expect anyone to ever dare try to, right?
Well, don't you believe it?
Look, fear is our greatest offense. I doubt that the actual security there is any greater than on Aquali or Sullust. And what there is probably directed toward a large-scale assault.
This isn't a game, you know.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you have no more places to hide and are forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on out there? Okay.
Even as a base of
5, take 1.
Okay.
Okay, action.
Well, it checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It's just not there.
Well, Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it is contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it.
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet has been completely blown away. This would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. If If the Empire had some sort of new weapon that could do this, I'd have heard something. I'd know about it.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move. We haven't much time.
Yeah, well, look, I brought you here, so what now?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Well, their bases are very well hidden. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to take you on any impossible search across the galaxy. Look, I was only paid to get you here, and you're here, so I'll just take my other 5,000, and I'll be on my way. You're on your own.
No, you can't. We've come this far, we have to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me, then?
I think there's some things that we need to talk about.
Yeah. You know, I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about, anyway?
$1 million at least. If this robot has any information related to the destruction of Organa Major, I'm sure you'll be able to name your price.
Anything I want. That's interesting.
Well, maybe you should just drop us off on the nearest planet. I'm sure we can find someone to take the risk.
All right, you got a ship. Where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the bases. I don't see how we can possibly find the rebels before she breaks. And the Empire has already beat us here.
Well, she's part of the royal family. They won't get any information out of her. She knows the power of mind control. But she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Or you think we should go after her? Huh?
Well, I didn't say that, but it does appear to be a logical alternative.
Wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. No, it's impossible. Nobody ventures anywhere near the Alderaan system. Hey, I'm a freebooter. I'm not a revolutionary.
Look at maybe the fact that that no one would dare go there. Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily can help us. They probably don't even expect that anyone would ever go there at all.
Don't you believe it?
Look, at fear is our greatest weapon. I doubt that the actual security there is any greater than Anaquali or Solus. And that what that there is probably directed toward a large-scale assault.
Look, this isn't a game, you know.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you realize what's going on out there?
Look, you take the glory and the good intentions and...
It's not rolling.
Rolling.
Speed. 5, take 2.
Well, it checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major.
I found it. It's just not there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it is contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it.
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet has been completely blown away. And this would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. If the Empire did have some sort of new weapon that could do this, I've heard something. I'd know about it.
Yeah, well, now you know. The enemy's on the move. We haven't much time.
Yeah, well, look, I got you here. Now what?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Oh, their bases are very well hidden. I mean, all the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Well, I'm not going to take you on an impossible search across the galaxy. Look, I was only paid to get you here, and you're here. So I'm just going to take my other 500,000 and I'll be on my way. You're on your own.
No, you can't. We've come this far. We have to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, I don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
I think there's some things we need to talk about.
You know, I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's really talking about?
Oh, $1 million at least. If this robot has any information relating to the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name your reward.
Anything I want. That's interesting.
Well, look, maybe you should just drop us off at the nearest system. I'm sure we can find someone willing to take the risk.
All right, you got a ship. But where do we go from here? Can't find it.
Okay, rolling. Speed. 6, take 1.
No. Checks out again. There is no mistake.
Well, you can't find Organa Major?
Oh, I found it. She's not there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's been contaminated. That's it right there. Look at those radiation readouts. I've never seen anything like that. What's going on?
Well, the Empire must have gotten here first.
Well, the whole planet has been totally blown away. Would have taken 1,000 ships with a lot more firepower than I've ever seen. No, if the Empire had a new weapon that could do this, I would have known something.
Well, now you know. I mean, the enemy is on the move. We don't have much time.
Well, I've got you here. Now what?
We have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Well, the bases are very well hidden. The entire power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
Oh, not anymore.
I'm not taking you on an impossible search across a galaxy. I was only paid to get you here. Now you're here. I'll take my other 5,000 and you're on your own. I'll leave you at the nearest system.
No, you can't. We've come this far now. We gotta find them. Well, for one reason, I don't have your other 5,000.
Well, who's going to pay me then?
Well, I think there are some things that we should talk about.
You know, I'm beginning not to like you. Hey, how much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. Oh, if this robot has any information to the destruction of Organa Major, you could name your reward.
Anything I want, huh? That's interesting.
I don't know. Maybe I should just let you drop us off. I'm sure I can find someone.
All right. You got a ship. Where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the hidden bases. I can't see how we can find them before she breaks. The Empire's already beat us here.
Well, she's part of the royal family. They won't get her to talk. She knows the art of mind control. But she is the only link between the bases and the enemy.
You mean that we should go after her?
Well, I didn't say that, but it does appear to be a logical alternative.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. No, it's impossible. No one, and I mean no one, would venture anywhere near the Alderian system. Now look I'm a freebooter. I'm not a revolutionary. You're aboard the wrong ship.
Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. You know, they probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Look I seriously doubt that.
Fear is their greatest defense. Now, I doubt if the actual security there is much greater than Aquilai or Celis, and what there is probably aimed toward large-scale assault.
This is no game, you know.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you don't have any place to hide and you're forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on?
Kid, you take the glory and the good intentions, and I'll take the reward.
Fear is their greatest defense.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Rolling.
Speed.
7, take 1.
Okay.
It checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It just isn't there.
You mean it's been destroyed?
What's left of it's completely contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation meters. I've never seen anything like it. That's impossible. What's going on?
Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's totally blown away. It would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do that. If the Empire had a new weapon, I'd have heard about it. I'd know something about it.
Well, you know about it now. If the enemy's on the move, we haven't much time.
Well, I brought you this far. What now?
We've got to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Their bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Well, I'm not taking you on an impossible chase across the galaxy. I was paid to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my 5,000 and you're on your own. I'll let you off on the nearest system.
You can't. We've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, I don't have your other 5,000.
Well, who's going to pay me?
I think there's a few things we should talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. Well, how much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. Look, if this robot has information about the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I like? This begins to interest me.
Maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone willing to take the risk.
All right. You got yourself a ship. But where do we go from here? They've probably taken her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to get to the rebels before she breaks? The Empire beat us here.
She's a member of the royal family. They won't get anything from her. She knows the art of mind control. But she's the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Oh, you mean you think we should follow her?
Well, I didn't say that. No. But it's a logical alternative.
Now, wait a minute. She's on Alderaan. No, that's impossible. Nobody dares venture near the Alderaan system. I'm a freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship, son.
Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest weapon. Like, the actual security probably isn't any greater than on Aquilai or Celeste. And what there is mainly directed against a large-scale assault.
This is not a game.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you don't have any place to hide and you're forced to fight? I mean, do you realize what's going on?
Kid.
Can't get away with anything, can we?
Go.
All right, we'll try it fast again this time.
Speed. Scene 8, take 1.
Super. Okay.
Checks out again. There's no mistake.
Okay, sound rolling. Speed. Scene 8, take 2.
Okay.
Checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It just isn't there.
You mean it's been destroyed?
What's left of it's completely contaminated. That's it there. Look at those radiation readouts. I've never seen anything like it. It's impossible. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's totally blown away. It would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do that. If the Empire had a new weapon that could do this, I'd know about it. I'd have heard something.
Well, you know about it now. The enemy's on the move. We haven't much time.
Well, I brought you here. Now what?
We've got to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
Their bases are very well hidden, son. All the power of the Empire can't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Well, I'm not going to take you on an impossible chase across the galaxy. I was paid to bring you here. Now you're here. Give me my other 5,000 and I'll be on my way. You're on your own. I'm on my own. I'll let you off on the nearest system.
But you can't. I mean, we've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, I don't have your other 5,000.
Well, who's going to pay me?
Look, I think there's a few things we should talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. If this robot has information about the destruction of Organa Major, you'd be able to name the reward.
Anything I like. Now this begins to interest me.
Maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone willing to take the risk.
All right. You got a ship. But where do we go from here? They probably took her to find the hidden bases. How are we going to get to the rebels before she breaks? The Empire beat us here.
She's a member of the royal family. They won't get anything from her. She knows the art of mind control. But she's the only link between us and the hidden bases.
Oh, you're suggesting that we go after her?
I didn't say that. But it's a logical alternative.
Now, wait a minute. She's on Alderaan. No, that's impossible. Nobody dares venture near the system of Alderaan. I'm freebooter, boy. Not a revolutionary. You're on the wrong ship.
Maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest defense. The actual security probably isn't any greater than on Aquila or Celeste.
This is not a game, you know.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you don't have any place to hide and you're forced to fight? I mean, do you realize what's going on?
God, last time I knew you were a producer.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a tough town, isn't it?
Right. Rolling.
Speed.
9, take 1.
Okay.
All the databanks in R2 are still secure.
Then I think that we're due the reward you offered. And I trust it'll be substantial considering what we've been through.
When R2's been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Now, our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we'll do from the data I stored in R2. Now, we captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards. But we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety, so I hid it in R2 and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They let us go. They're gonna follow us. They want to find out where your hidden bases are. They're gonna destroy your whole system.
Yeah, I know they're gonna follow, and they're gonna bring the Death Star. But our only alternative is to destroy it before it destroys us, right? Hiding is useless now, okay?
Yeah. Rolling.
Maybe not quite so intense.
Okay.
9, take 2.
You're fine. Okay.
All the databanks in R2 are still secure.
Then I think that we're due the reward you offered. And I trust it'll be substantial considering what we've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's the little droid carrying that's so important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we'll do from the data I stored in R2. Now, we captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get the data to safety, so I hid it in R2 and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They'll follow us. They let us go. They're gonna follow us. They want to find out where your hidden bases are, and then they're gonna destroy the whole system.
Right, I know they're gonna follow, and they will bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it...
I can?
Okay,
But you
rolling.
won't be able to the next
Rolling.
one.
Rolling.
Speed. Difficult.
10, take 1.
Yeah, okay. I guess I better not then.
Okay.
It checks out. There's no mistake on that.
You can't find Organa Major?
Oh, I found it. It's just not there.
Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it is contaminated. Look at that. Look. There. Look at the radiation readouts. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, that's impossible. What is going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
Oh my God, you mean the entire planet has been blown away? God. To do that, they'd need at least 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. If they had a weapon like that, I'm sure I would have known about it.
Well, now you know. And you let me know when you find it.
Rolling. Speed.
10, take 2.
Speed.
12, take 1.
Okay, action. Did that seem? So, yeah, okay. Yeah.
All the databanks in R2 are still secure.
Well, then I think we ought to talk about the reward that you offered us. And it better be a good one, too, after all that I've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
Well, what is that little droid carrying anyway that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the... Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but we fell under attack before I could get a chance to send it to safety. So, I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
And where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin.
Wonderful.
I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
You know, they let us go. They're tracking us right now. They want to find your hidden bases, and then they're going to destroy your entire system.
I know they'll follow, and they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. I mean, hiding is useless.
Sound ready?
Yep.
No speed.
No speed.
No sync.
Oh.
Speed. Sync, speed.
12, take 2, camera roll 2.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Wonderful. Now I think we ought to start talking about the reward. Better be a big one, too, after all that I've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's in that little droid, anyway, that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data.
Okay, action.
All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Well, I think we ought to talk about the reward that you offered. Better be substantial to what I've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's in that little droid, anyway, that's so blasted important?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire... All the data banks in R2 are... Sorry, can I start right again? All the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Then I think we ought to start talking about the reward. Better be a good one, too, after all that I've been through.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's that little droid carrying, anyway? So blasted important to you.
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data in the R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards. I fell under attack before I could get it to safety. So, I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
Where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They let us go. They're tracking us right now. They're going to find your bases, and then they're going to destroy the whole system.
I know they're following. And they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. I mean, hiding is useless now. With the Death Star, they will continue to destroy systems till they found us. Our own...
Okay, roll camera.
Roll camera. 12, take 5, camera roll 2.
Okay, action.
All the data in R2 is still secure.
Great. Then I think we ought to start talking about the reward. And it better be a good one, too, because I've been through a lot.
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll get your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's in that little droid, anyway, that you're so, it's so important to you?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but I fell under attack before I could get it to safety, so I hid it in this R2 unit and sent him off.
Where are you taking us now?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've given the coordinates to Chewbacca.
They let us go. They're tracking us right now. They want to find your hidden bases, and they'll destroy the entire system.
I know they'll follow, and they'll bring the Death Star. But our only hope is to destroy it before it destroys us. Hiding is useless now. I mean, with the Death Star, they were...
Yeah, that's... Speed.
13, take 1, camera roll 2.
Okay, action.
Well, all the data banks in R2 are still secure.
Then I think we're due that reward that you offered us. I mean, and I hope it's substantial after all we've gone through, don't you think?
When R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll receive your reward. You have my guarantee.
What's this little droid carrying that's so blasted important anyway?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we'll determine from the data I stored in R2. We captured the plans in a raid on the Imperial shipyards, but before I had a chance to get everything to safety, we fell under attack. So I hid the plans in this little R2 unit and I sent him off.
Yeah, well, where are you taking us now, anyway?
The fourth moon of Yavin. I've taken the liberty of giving Chewbacca all the coordinates.
Well, you know that they let us go. They're following, they let us go, they've been following us, and they want to find your hidden bases.
You think I
They'll
don't know
destroy
that?
the system.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that, and they'll bring their Death Star. Our only hope now is to destroy it before it destroys us.
That's like you used it all.
Speed.
13, take 2, camera roll 2.
Okay, action.
Well, all the data banks in Little R2 are still secure.
Well, then I think we're due that reward that you promised, don't you think? And I hope it's substantial after all we've gone through.
When Little R2 has been safely delivered to my forces, you'll receive your reward. You have my guarantee.
Well, what's that little droid carrying anyway that's so blasted important? Huh?
The plans and specifications to a battle station with enough firepower to destroy an entire system. Our only hope in destroying it is to find its weakness, which we will determine from the data I stored in R2. We can't...
Oh, camera. Speed.
14, take 1, camera roll 2.
Okay, action.
Checks out again. There's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It's just not there.
You mean Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's contaminated. There it is there. God, look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like this. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's been totally blown away. It would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen. I mean, if the Empire had a new weapon, I'd know about it. I would have heard something.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move and we don't have much time.
Well, okay, you're here. Now what?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
The rebel bases are so well hidden. All the power in the Empire can't find them. You know where they are?
No. Not anymore.
Well, I'm not going on some search across the galaxy. I was paid only to bring you here, and you're here, and I'll just take the other 5,000, and you're on your own.
I'll drop you off at the nearest system.
You can't do that. I mean, well, look, we've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
I think there are some things we should talk about.
You know, I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. I mean, if this robot has information relating to the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want? Well, that's interesting.
Look, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone who's willing to take the risk.
All right. You got a ship. Well, where do we go from here? They've probably already taken her to find the rebel hideouts. I mean, I don't see how we're going to find her before she breaks. The Empire beat us here.
No, she's part of the royal family. They won't get any information from her. She knows the art of mind control. But she is the only link between us and the hidden bases.
So we should go and find her, huh?
Well, I didn't say that, but that's a logical alternative.
Hey, now come on, wait a minute. She's an Alderaan. Oh, hey, listen, that's impossible. Nobody goes anywhere near the Alderaan system, man. Look, I'm a freebooter. I'm not a revolutionary. You're aboard the wrong ship, son.
No, listen, maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't think anyone would dare try.
Hey, don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt that the actual security there is much greater than on Aquile or Sullust. And what there is probably directed toward large-scale assault.
Come on, this is not a game, huh?
How many systems have to get blown away before you haven't got any place left to hide and are forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on?
Look, kid, you just take all the glory and the good intentions for yourself, huh? You just give me the reward.
Fear is their greatest weapon.
Hey, I'm not afraid of anybody.
Speed. 14, take 2, camera roll 1.
It checks out, there's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it. It's just not there.
You mean Organa Major's been destroyed?
What's left of it's contaminated. There it is there. Look at those radiation readouts. It's impossible. I've never seen anything like it. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's been totally blown away. It would have taken 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've ever seen to do that. I mean, if the Empire had a new weapon, I would have heard about it. I'd know something.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move, and we don't have much time.
Oh, yeah, well, look, I brought you here, now what?
Well, we have to find the rebels. What we're carrying belongs to them.
But the rebel bases are so well hidden. All the power in the Empire can't find them. You know where they are?
No, not anymore.
I'm not going to go searching across the galaxy. I was paid only to bring you here, and now you're here. I'll take the other 5,000. You're on your own. I'll drop you off at the nearest system.
You can't. I mean, we've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other 5,000.
Who's going to pay me then?
I think there's some things we should talk about.
I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think she's talking about?
$1 million at least. I mean, if this robot is carrying information relating to the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want. That's very interesting.
Look, maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone who's willing to take the risk.
Hey, all right. You got a ship. Well, where do we go from here? I mean, they're probably already taking her to find the hidden bases. I don't see how we're going to catch her before she breaks. The Empire's already beat us here.
You know, she's part of the royal family. She won't tell him anything. She knows the art of mind control. But she is our only link with the hidden bases.
So what do? We go find her?
I didn't say that, but that's a logical alternative.
You know, wait a minute. She's on Alderaan. That's impossible. I mean, nobody goes near Alderaan's system. Look, I'm a freebooter. I'm not a revolutionary. You're aboard the wrong ship, son.
Look, maybe the fact that nobody would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't even think anyone would dare try.
Don't you believe it?
Fear is their greatest weapon. I doubt that the actual security there is much greater than on Aquile or Sullust, and what there is probably directed toward large-scale assault.
Hey, come on, this is not a game.
How many more systems have to get blown away before you don't have any place left to hide and are forced to fight? Don't you realize what's going on?
Look, kid, you take all the glory, all the good intentions. You just give me the reward, huh?
Fear is their greatest weapon.
Yeah, well, I'm not afraid of nothing.
Okay, perfect. Cut. Roll camera. Speed.
15, take 1, camera roll 1.
Checks out again, there's no mistake.
You can't find Organa Major?
I found it, it's just not there.
You mean Organa Major's been destroyed?
Well, what's left of it has been all contaminated. I mean, look at it. That's it right there. Look at those radiation readouts. I mean, that's impossible. But I've never seen anything like it. What's going on?
The Empire must have gotten here first.
The planet's been totally blown away. I mean, it would have taken 1,000 ships with a lot more firepower than I've ever seen. I mean, if the Empire had a new weapon that could do that, I'd know about it. I'd know something.
Well, now you know. The enemy's on the move, and we don't have much time.
Well, I brought you here. What now?
Well, we have to find the rebels. I mean, what we're carrying belongs to them.
The bases are very well hidden. All the power of the Empire couldn't find them. Do you know where they are?
No, not anymore.
Well, I'm not taking you on some impossible search across the galaxy. I mean, I was only paid to get you here. Now you're here. Let's take my other $5,000 and you're on your own. I'll let you off the nearest system.
You can't do that. I mean, well, look, we've come this far. We've got to find them.
Why?
Well, for one reason, we don't have your other $5,000.
Oh, boy. Huh. Who's gonna pay me? What do you mean, who's gonna pay me then?
Well, look,
You're not gonna pay me?
I think there are some things we should talk about.
Yeah, well, I think I'm beginning not to like you. How much do you think that she's really talking about?
$1 million at least. If this robot has information relating to the destruction of Organa Major, you'll be able to name the reward.
Anything I want, huh? Anything I want. Well, that's real interesting.
Look,
anything I want.
Maybe you should just drop us off. I'm sure we can find someone who's willing to take the risk.
Look, all right, you got the ship. You got it. I mean, where do we go from here? I mean, it probably took her to find one of those hidden bases. I don't see how you can find the rebels before she breaks. Empire's already beat us here, you know.
No, she's part of the royal family. They won't get any information out of her. She knows the art of mind control. And she's the only link between us and the hidden bases.
You mean we should go after her?
I didn't say that, but that's a logical alternative.
I mean, wait just a minute. I mean, she's an Alderaan. I mean, that's impossible. No one even ventures near Alderaan. And not in their whole system. I mean, I'm a freebooter, not a revolutionary. You're just on the wrong ship, son.
Look, maybe the fact that no one would go there voluntarily could help us. I mean, they probably don't think anyone would even dare try.
Yeah, well, don't you believe that? I wouldn't think about that.
Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt that the actual security there is much greater than on Aquile or Sullust, and what there is probably directed toward some sort of large-scale assault.
Yeah, well, you know, this isn't a game. It's some kind of game, man.
I know that. How many more systems have to get blown away before you don't have any place left to hide and are forced to fight? Look at me. Don't you know what's going on?
Look, kid, I mean, you take all the glory and the good intentions, and I'll just take the reward.
Fear is their greatest weapon.
Yeah, well, I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that works there.
Yeah. All right, great.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was good. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay, take care. It was nice to,
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Thanks. Thanks, George.
Sure, thanks, Fred.
It's good. It's good to do that. I'm going to try that scene. All right. On stage. Oh, yeah. I apologize. He's a very nice guy. Yeah, that's what I was with. Yeah. Oh, boy. See you later. See you.
That's it.
And now tonight's film, Curse of the Black Widow.
Come on, what am I going to do? I'm walking out with one who comes in.
Forgive me. I don't like to impose.
Well, we didn't expect you back so soon.
I seem to be having trouble getting my car started.
Oh, well.
Mr. Chatham.
Be happy.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which one's yours?
I would prefer not to drive home alone.
Look, lady, I'm waiting for a special person. I'm sorry, but just help you out with your car. That's about all. Now, where's your car?
at his chest, will you?
What the hell was that? I don't know, man. I don't know.
What's the big secret? When are you guys gonna let us get some pictures?
No secrets, Bradley, no pictures either. That's another one?
Are you kidding me? Looks like somebody gave him a hug with a pair of pickaxes.